Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. It's Division 2, and it's the final week of the regular season. I am Brackish Brit, and in that direction is my
There we go.
boss, who will be joining me for the first two games of the day. And, I mean, we're kind of chilling, and the teams are too for the first game of the day. We've got Blue Whites up against Fourth Wall, both locked playoffs, both guaranteed top 4. It's all about seeding. And is that even more important? Pride at the end of the day?
I mean, isn't pride the most important thing to anybody? There's a lot of people through the days, through the wars, and it's all been about pride. And both of these teams, yes, okay, it's not that important. They're always going to be in top 4, but the seeding is still going to be quite important because if you get yourself in the 4th seed, you're going to have to go against 1st. And of course, you never want that, especially with how good Rich Gang have been playing, that we get to talk about a little bit later because next game we'll actually be casting them. So seeding is quite important. You want to go against the weakest teams. You have the best chance to win in these playoffs and maybe get to Division 1.
Absolutely. And for Blue Whites, talking about the pride, they lost to Fourth Wall last time, so it's quite important, especially when you're brawling for this top 4 seeding, to make sure that you even up the head-to-head. Because if you lose here and Fourth Wall end up picking up an extra game, having the head-to-head means that, of course, they get priority in terms of seeding. So Blue Whites, on a turn of form, I think we could say that they've been looking a little stronger, but Fourth Wall, to be fair, they've not had much of a downturn despite the roster changes that they've had.
Well, that's the curious thing because you say that they are in better form. When I can't really say that. Blue White's on a 5-win streak, 4-4 on a 4-win streaks. There's one game between it. You can't really
Exactly.
class that. But both of these two teams are absolutely exceptional in the way they play. As the way we've seen Blue Whites really opting into this poke heavy style and then try and get some aggressive things going around their jungle of Yone, compared to 4-4, which are a little bit more defensive. And I'm really excited to see no Smolder in this whole entire split. Because of course, 4-4 and Blue Whites, both AD carries don't even play the champion.
We'll see if they've picked him up because he's been around for a while, and it's pretty damn obvious to everybody and their mother that he's really, really good. Either you ban the champ or you pick him.
But is
Unless
he
you've got
fun?
some kind of, I mean, dragons, right?
Okay,
Like
sure. We can say he's fun to
dragons.
play, but he's not fun to watch because you kill him in lane, he's 0-10, and then 20
There's
minutes
the
in,
turbo
somehow he just
inevitability.
kills
Yes,
everyone.
there's the inevitability, yes, but I feel like people oversell how much of a late game auto win champion he is. He's also a mid game auto win champion if you can get his stacks fast enough.
Okay, so that's. I'm not sure how you feel. It depends. When do you class mid game? Because I've seen a few Smolder tops or Smolder in the solo lanes being able to get all of their stacks up by 21 minutes in between 21 and 25. Bot lane, it can take up to 28, maximum 30. So, yes, they can have a
The
bigger power
earliest,
spike earlier on.
the
No way
earliest
before
I've seen,
20.
I think, was like 17 minutes.
How? Like, do they farm jungle
Uh,
camps as well? Like the
fights,
center stacking?
fights for days. Like farming well, being involved in skirmishes for days where you're constantly landing W's and Q's onto multiple members of the enemy team. Like it's definitely like that's probably near the upper end of how fast you could get that stacked up. And of course, not on the current patch, but soon it's going to be even harder to reach that third stage. You're going to need an extra 50 stacks to do it.
I'm so
But
happy about that. I cannot wait to not see that champion yet again. But no, like you said before,
I
we
I
should
don't
see
think it's going to
Smolder.
stop people.
Yeah, it's one of those champions that would just always keep coming back. A good example is Zeri, who is going to be back in the meta now, is something that a lot of these teams are slowly picking up more and more. Because when it
Yeah.
gets to the late game, doesn't matter if it's buffed or nerfed, it still does Zeri things. So with that slight buff, I don't even think it really affected her gameplay. It was just more about people being like, "Oh, this champion
Oh yeah.
exists. Let's just play
Yeah,
it."
I mean, that's what happens a lot of times in pro. I can remember Freak talking about it a couple of times. Like sometimes, for no fault of their own, people just forget that champions exist, and then a little buff is like, "Oh yeah, this guy's still here. Oh, they're still quite good." But another champion that's also come back, and we've had recent buffs that have had a really big impact, is the Cogmore. Now, I forgot to double check with production what patch we're on, so I'm not sure if we're on the patch with the Cogmore buffs, but if
But does it
so, I
matter?
definitely expect to see this champion.
No, the main reason that I don't think it matters is, like you said before, of the champions are starting to learn about it. We are on 14.5, which I do
Oh
believe the
yes,
Cogmore patches are going to be coming through. And there's one of these two teams who have picked it up. Fourth Wall, their AD carry of Pipey, has picked up this champion, of course, very much known for his Avelios, somebody who likes to scale up to this late game. So I'm super excited to see if they can bring out the Cogmore first, or sorry, for the second time. So in the first game, it didn't work out. But you know what? If it doesn't work once, can always try again.
yeah, and I'm interested. We want to talk stylistically. You were talking about fourth wall; they love to sit back, scale a bit. How does that match up into the poke style that you were setting up for blue whites? So, because we know Snurmy, big Ezreal player, he gets loves the Zyra. Pomo plays like long range mages for days. Does fourth wall scaling have a problem with that? Is that poke going to be enough that kind of blue whites can effectively shepherd fourth wall around the map, or do you think it's not that big of an issue?
Well, here's the weird thing because you say that the side of blue whites is continuously picking up this scaly comp, or sorry, with the poke comp. Where yes, that is true, but they can also just keep the Ezreal, of course, onto their main AD carry, allow their support to roam up and support the rest of the team to find a big enough lead to stop them from ever scaling up. And if they do want to go the poke route that you talked about, where it's poke in the bot lane, poke mid, poke top, get your guys to a position, they usually pick Vi in the jungle. And if you ever poke them out enough, Vi could just click our R button, everybody just use their abilities afterwards, and they can win these fights. So it's going to be super important on the side of fourth wall. Do they pick a champion that can have that engage to make sure that these poke champions aren't able to stay defensively sound in these fights, as they have been picking up a lot of Derail and a lot of these like quick engaged champions that allow them to do that.
We'll see very, very soon. Unfortunately, we are having an issue with the player getting into lobby, so we are going to throw it to a quick break for a moment, but chill out, vibe, enjoy the music. We'll be back in a few minutes with game number one. And we are back. Sorry about that slight delay, but it looks like we are just about ready to get on into draft. So let's reset those expectations, Ath, because it has been a
Yeah.
little while and I've forgotten half of them.
I mean, what expectations are there? Both of these teams are top four. They just want to get themselves a better seeding to have a better chance to get up to NLC Division 1. You know the pinnacle of League of Legends. LEC, NA, doesn't matter. You want to be there, so we're going to have to see what they're going to have pick and bans come and do. Remember, fourth wall,
What
80
a
carry?
shock.
Draven main. If somebody told you that Piper was the best Draven in EU, some people may believe you because he might as well be. It just constantly gets banned away.
Yeah, I'm not going to be allowed to see that one again, and there is the smolder gone, so you can breathe a sigh of relief for that. We're not going to see it in this
Feels
game,
good.
at least.
Man, I'm sorry, how can you go from like being 20 minutes into the game, being like 10k gold down, then there's a smolder, and then you somehow win? It just doesn't make sense. As the Vanguard will get banned away, something that we know that deleters like to play. Surprisingly to the name, if you want to delete someone, Vanguard is pretty good at it. But there's still plenty of picks and bans for both of these teams and how they like to play. Remember, Aphelios is still up and available on the side of Blue Whites. That is the champion most played down in the bot lane for them, especially when they are going for a more scaly comp. This is why you see Fourth will constantly banning away the Smolder, the Varus, all 80 carries away from him.
And, I mean, this is we see what is basically the drafting meta, which is blue side gets to target ban. And we see 2 targets towards Pipey, we see 1 towards deleters. Red side has to ban just OPs rather than target banning, because otherwise, Blue Whites has the pick of the litter of OP characters. Sometimes, obviously, you can go for like 1 for 2 if there's enough OPs in the pool.
Yeah,
Instead.
As we see, it does get locked in. And Brackage, we talked about 80 carries, talked about ones we want to see, as we are going to have the Kog'Maw instantly locked in. Remember, this is 14.5, meaning they are very strong in this patch. We do expect it to be fully focused around them. So you're going to see a lot of champions getting locked in to facilitate this Kog'Maw to do once to maybe a Melio, maybe a Lulu in the bot lane, and of course a big tank in either the jungle or top lane to support this. And this is why you see them just constantly deciding what they want to go for. It could be the Maokai, it could be the Eldest, the exact same thing. The Maokai is going to get locked in.
That he is. And Kog'Maw, looking towards the bottom side, do you expect the Maokai to go with him? Because, of course, traditionally at least, we've seen Kog'Maw usually paired up with an enchanter, like a Lulu, like a Nami, something that can further amp him up when he is in the state with the Bioarcane Barrage.
The reason I say no is if they lock in Karma with the Ashe in the bot lane, it's just unplayable. I feel like you just need too much flexibility from the Maokai. Put it either towards the top or the jungle, as if you put it towards the bot lane into a poke heavy comp, you've basically just given up all the bot lane. You can't do anything against it, you can't support this Kog'Maw to survive it, and you two just really can't have a fun game. As now Blue Whites have finally seen that they're like, okay, there's a Kog'Maw on the enemy team, we just need to kill it. So of course, lock that Vi in, the most played champion for Bash this whole split, as he can just instantly ult them at level 6. They have so many tools to stop this Kog'Maw from surviving.
Absolutely. It means that, as we were talking about, the blue-white style has been poke, 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 go. And Vi facilitates that so very well. The response pick from fourth wall is going to be the Zac. Again, can be flexed into multiple positions. It could be a really good counter-engage option. If the Vi goes forwards, if Zac just flies over her head in the opposite direction, does a Let's Bounce in the middle of the remaining 4 members of Blue Whites, then Vi's going to find herself in a pretty sticky situation very fast.
Yeah, you're completely correct about that. Zac most likely going up towards the top side. This is the 3rd most played champion for Sir Victor up there. But still, there's few counteractions toward this. Remember, the biggest counter is going to be something like a Poppy. So I do hope the side of 4th wall are banning it away. But yeah, I completely agree. Zac, a 1-4 pick here. They go in. He basically disengages for his team because it's all about 4th wall being able to have this first engage, being able to tank it, and then re-looking afterwards with the damage from Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and Poppy's not something we've seen much out of the looks of this split, but as you say, in this situation, it's going to be pretty damn good into the Zac, so we'll see if Blue Whites do want to prioritize that. Pomo's Corki goes away, not really a shock. You're not going to see Corki Azir because the Azir is still banned, so we're going to see our mid laners perhaps fall back on something else. That said, of course, the Karma is already there, could get thrown into the mid lane if they want to do something a little fancier towards the bot side.
Yeah, as we see the 4-4 actually most likely going to be their support for their last pick. So of course we can have the Maokai being flexed either towards the bot side or can go somewhere else. And I'm a massive fan of this because Kog'Maw needs to be able to try and survive the lane to get into a position where he can carry. And with that last pick, it means that that lane is going to be a lot easier to play through. As yes, the J4 has been locked in, going to give more engage. And it kind of feels like even if they go on to Kog'Maw, if they have to have a Zac and a J4 run into their face, it's just not going to be a good time for 4-4, or sorry, from the side of blue-whites.
This makes Pop even better though, because
It does.
Flag and Drag gets noped by Steadfast Presence. Also, Pomo also can charm people out of their dashes. So the Ahri will be locked in for the mid lane here.
Okay.
And we are. And so is Fourth Wall actually holding on to their support pick here? Because what would be going mid if they haven't picked already?
Well, you can either put the Zac or the Maokai there. Yes, that isn't going to be the best matchup, but it does still give you that flexibility of down bot lane. However, I don't believe 4-4 are the best at doing this, so expect it most likely the Maokai to be support, and they have a counteraction towards the mid lane, as Toxie needs to still be a defensive force for his AD carry, but still needs a bit more damage. We know that he can play stuff like the Hwei, we've seen him play stuff like the Orianna as well, and I think the Ori is a perfect fit here. Doesn't do the best against, you know, the Ahri in the early game, but the longer the game goes, just imagine the J4 ult, add the Zac on top with an Orianna ball as well. It's just going to cause absolute mayhem, so we're going to have to see what they pick up, but instead
Toxie says no.
Anivia. I actually kind of love it. I actually kind of love this pick because of the wall, remember?
I mean, just throw the ultimate inside the Cataclysm. It's not a ball delivery, which honestly, look at this Fourth Wall comp. I think there's like one of the best ball delivery comps I have ever seen. Both Zac, Jarvan, Maokai, all can go into the back line, act as fantastic delivery systems. Instead though, Toxie just feeling the Anivia today. And I mean, I certainly was a Froggen appreciator back in the day, so I got nothing against seeing this champion.
Yeah, and there's actually a big adaptation that came out from the side of Blue Whites. So we say they like to poke a lot. Maybe they can go into a 1-3-1 if they play their cards right in the draft. And I feel like they have. That Trundle pick at the end is going to be huge for them because Trundle's amazing into some big beefy tanks. 3 of them, of course, being on the side of Fourth Wall. They can easily just play for these side lanes, allow the Ahri to win out on the 1v1, allow the Trundle, and just allow your Karma and Ashe to constantly push out these waves, which means they never have to team fight. So if the side of Fourth Wall want to win this, they have to start stacking these Drakes early to force them in a position to do so.
I mean, they certainly have the tools to do that. Kog'Maw is going to be melting objectives pretty much from one item, and it's not like he's a slouch at damaging those objectives even prior to that. The question is, of course, will they have the license to do that when they're into an Ashe Karma lane?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to play in that lane. So do expect Prior to be on the side of Blue Whites, constantly being able to push that out, but they still have the jungler of Zac. I do expect it to go towards the jungle. Allows him, the J4 is still going to be very early game focused. So he's just going to have to babysit that lane, make sure they're able to farm on the tower. And once they get Kog'Maw to those 2 items, maybe 3, that's when it really is go time from them. Because the same with Anivia in the mid lane is, yes, it's defensively sound, but they have to give up so much in the early game. So I feel like it's how well can Blue Whites play around, you know, getting themselves prio and getting themselves leads in the early game. Because if they take too long to scale up, there's definitely the chance of Fourth Wall just completely just bullying them out after 3 items.
Yeah, as you said, the early game, Pomo does have the license to leave the lane, link up with Yons as they make their roams around the map. And I mean, in pro play for the longest time, Vi Ahri has been very, very scary to see. All speculation aside, though, we are ready to get into the game, onto the Rift for the first game of the day. Top of the table clash, Blue Whites, Fourth Wall. And to remind everybody, Blue Whites, they are higher in the standings right now, but they do currently lack the head-to-head. Fourth Wall won the first time that these teams faced each other, which means it's all the more important that they take this one.
Yeah, exactly. If Fourth Wall win these next 2 games, if Blue Whites lose their next 2, they're going to be completely even on the standing, and Fourth Wall will get that second position, having a slightly easier time in the playoffs, but still going to be very difficult to win this, as I do have to favor Blue Whites in this early game, have more prio in basically every lane. The only chance the side of Fourth Wall have on contesting anything is if they can maybe find a cheeky gank on someone like this J4.
And Deletus, I mean, J4, we know. it used to be the joke as a J4 player myself that if you haven't visited at least 2 of your lanes by 5 minutes, why have you even picked the champion?
Yeah, completely. But remember, even if he doesn't visit too many in the early game, he just needs to make sure to stop what Vi wants doing this early game. As Vi is a champion that really starts getting unlocked towards that level 6 mark. So do expect both of these teams to try and level up to that level 6, and then it's just constantly about diving ports. They want to try and push out mid, push out bot, and start getting this Cog more behind.
Well, top lane is going to be, you know, as riveting as it normally is. Trundle can put a lot of hurt onto the Zac, and in fact, will look to do so. But Sir Victor is trading back very well, and Veluxa did not seem to get the memo of stepping onto those blobs, which means that Zac is able to get a heck of a lot of healing.
Yeah, and it's pretty difficult to play the matchup against Zac early on because he has so much healing, so much damage in the early game, especially if it gets him a little bit of
Veluxa is just dying, by the way.
I mean, it's Zac.
Unrelated. There's, you know, the Trundle, the champion that we know for bullying usually in early lanes. Yes, Sir Victor just doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, so Zac is meant to be a jungler. People find out he's top lane, it feels like Riot just doesn't know what to do with him, as we do have a big wave.
That reminds me of a couple of seasons ago when Whippo used to do it.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see again, Deletus is getting bullied out the jungle yet again with Prio in mid and bot lane like I talked beforehand. Blue Eyes can just walk in, meaning that Deletus, he can't even farm anything himself unless he's able to smite this away.
Smite fight. Still, he's able to get it. And the Charm not able to find the damage as Jones is the one that finds himself caught out. Flash from Fabio to lock the Vi in place. And, well, early prio is all nice, but you've got to actually convert it, Blue Eyes.
I think it's just a bit greedy coming out from the Vi because he got the smite available and then he just stays around for a little too long. If he went for the reset instead, it would have been a big win for them because take a look at his bot side. He has the red, he has the raptors, he had so many other things to take. So now that they've actually lost at that, it's given the opportunity for J4 to farm all of his camps, be able to pick up the Skull Crab and maybe even get a double. Means everything Vi did basically is negated.
And Deletus, now level 4, gets to walk in, will spot Jones now starting off the chickens. I wonder if he would try to bully a little bit. Chooses against it. It's going to just take the advantage that he has gotten. The entire bot side still to be cleared by Jones. And I mean, there's a top scuttle, so now Jones has to make that choice. It does seem that he will be choosing to leave his Krugs be for the time being. Might try and influence top lane. It might be a case that Veluxa needs the help.
Yeah, I definitely think you need to help Veluxa in this early game. Maybe start getting him that lead. Because this bomb in this finish, you can just see he can just 1v1 this and just not have a damn in the world. But the major difference was there was over a 10 CS lead in both of these junglers just because of that play that happened top side. If this snowball just keeps coming out, this Vi is losing little by little. As J4 has been happily able to farm up, should be able to get level 6 earlier on, so it means he can support his bot lane. He's clearly struggling.
The root lands onto Fabio, though, with no flash. Snowmy will be able to take that one down. Pipey looks for the chase by popping the ghost. Snowmy does burn both of his summoners in that play, but Blue Whites, they do pick up their kill, and that is their AD carry onto the board. So, winded back up after that slightly slower early.
Yeah, going to have a big wave push there, meaning that the Kog'Maw isn't going to lose out because he didn't die. But we said there was going to be a bad matchup, and it's truly showing us. Deletus is having so much trouble trying to support any of his lanes that he can't give enough time down to bot lane, so he has to keep contesting everything Vi's doing, like in these Rift Scuttlers topside.
And Fabio comes out of base straight up towards the Rift Grubs, the Void Grubs. The Kevins do end up being traded overall. One got picked up by Jones. Deletus will be able to get the other two, which means, fourth wall, they do have the option of the 5 buff when it comes back up in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah, but it's all about fourth wall just trying to hold on, try and farm up and get themselves to a position where they have enough damage. As level 6 has finally been reached by the mid laner of Pomo, it is going to be super important. As we said before, we want them to start looking for the dive bot lane, and that is really going to help.
Some trouble though. Fabio looking to get the damage down. Flash means that the flag and drag will be avoided. The chase down is still here. The slows from the Ashe. And the speed buff will be able to get him out.
Just a Maokai in corner, it just doesn't matter, but they may be going for a dive here, looking away. Vi is here.
Deletus is looking in. Yeah, Jones is here, but I mean, Deletus is now just going to walk in, try and smite away that camp as well. Jones has the flash back up. Fabio looking for the fight all the same as Toxie has come down from the mid lane. Pomo is here as well. The Maokai has gone over a little bit over aggressive. Deletus now going to take a bit of damage. Stun. Drop through from Toxie. The wall, but Pomo goes straight on over it. Misses the charm, however. Focus Resolve not going to find its target. Deletus taking a chunk of damage, but they're all stood on top as the flag drops onto Yones. And Blue-Whites need to run. Pomo can't get the damage down. The health bars are too low to continue the play. Fourth wall, they continue to come out ahead in these trades.
Yeah, but take a look at the mana. Egetz and Ari in the mid lane of Pomo have nothing to play for, meaning when they went for the re-engage, they didn't have enough damage to finish it off. So 4-4 now with a double kill onto their J4. Yes, it isn't the member they want, but remember, we keep talking about Yones having difficulty in this 1v1. Now he should find it just a little bit easier. So they did start the dragon. Notice they can't do it as Toxie.
Gotta be careful, my man. Fabio is coming on out of base, but Deletus is here as well. The heal will get Snow to the level 6. The flash burned. The focus resolve coming through. Can we find the flash from Fabio? We'll be able to secure it. Deletus going on to the killing spree. Egetz should be okay underneath the turret. Fabio dropping very, very low, but the chase down is not quite possible. A little over-aggression. They get the egg, but that's not how you kill Olivia.
Yeah, great bait coming out from Toxie, knowing they had the egg available to start that off, and it feels like Fabio, whenever he has this flash up, he just instantly uses it and finds the kill. As Deletus is getting bullied out of his jungle, we see Blue-Whites will be able to pick up this first dragon, as even though this early game isn't working perfectly from the side of Blue-Whites, they are starting this stacking of the dragons that we talked about.
Looking across towards the top side of the rift, Victor continues to hold an advantage over Veluxa, 10 CS or near enough. And I mean, the Trundle hasn't gone back to base in quite a while, so still sat on a Doran's Blade, is going to eternally get outpushed with the cell divisions, with the damage from the Balmy Cinder also. So we'll see how, we'll check back in once he's actually got some items, see how those trades go.
Yeah, Brackish, I think after first item, that's where it is going to start changing over to Veluxa, because he needs a little bit of healing before he can start dealing with Victor. Because it's one of the champions of Bruiser where, yes, they won't have enough damage early on, but after that first item, they basically win out for the rest of the game. And that's when we do expect them to start trying to pick up these towers. But the biggest issue I have with Veluxa is you pick Trundle to try and pick up tower plates in the early game, and I don't expect him to be able to do that this game, which means he's lost out on a lot of gold that he could have grabbed up.
Yeah, he's been stuck underneath his turret this entire time. There, as you mentioned, Vamp Scepter plus the Tiamat secured, so can now match the wave clear that Zach has been putting forward. Selector will take his own back here, and he turns it into a Sunfire Aegis. So, still pretty even.
Yeah, still pretty even. Both people are going to be pretty happy with how the game has been going, as everybody is still trying to farm up, trying to get towards that level 6, as now that Ashe has reached it and Vi, I do expect plays to maybe shift instead of the bot side, maybe towards this mid lane instead, as we do have priority both mid and top lane from the side of Blue-Whites, so do expect these Rift Scuttlers to be already started up, and I don't expect any contest to come through. Veluxa and Pomo just too strong to help out Jones there.
Yeah, Jones will be able to take this one down, so no bonus Void Mites from that 5 buff, but does mean that that tower takes for Blue-Whites will be that little bit nicer. We did talk about it, the lack of the Ezreal in this means that Blue-Whites not quite as poke heavy as their comps often are, but they will be able to brawl in those big team fights.
Yeah, but I think it's actually smarter for them, instead of being poke heavy, to go for a 1v1 style comp as we've seen them go for, and a pick potential one. Because when you think, when the side of 4-4 what they want to do is major team fights, if you keep constantly taking stuff away on the opposite side of the map and you're able to bring 1 or 2 towards you, you can just never go for these team fights and instead just start taking these towers. Because that's the biggest issue I have with Blue-Whites is when we look towards mid or top side, nothing has really happened so far to get them that lead we need them to get.
I take back what I said. Top is definitely not even right now. Veluxa is not having the happiest of times into Victor. The armor,
it's a first item compared to Vampiric Scepter and a Tiamat. You're not winning that no matter what champion you are. Except for Warwick, everyone else will be losing in that 1v1.
True. I was of the impression that Trundle would be able to clear waves a little bit more happily, but I suppose with the Deletus, actually, never mind, making his way towards the bot lane, it's as simple as pressing the Cataclysm button to force out Snurmy's flash. The damage not quite here to secure any kills. The wall doesn't pull, he gets in. Jones and Pomo looking for the angle in also, but don't think that they can find a decent one in the meantime. So Victor has decided that, well, he knows where Vi is, so he's just going to proxy that next wave.
Yeah, remember beforehand we saw Snurmy using that ultimate to try and kill Pipey, but didn't actually land, meaning they have no re-engage tool, so Forth will go in with the J4 ultimate, get out completely fine, and this is a huge win because it allows Kog'Maw in the bot lane to just feel a little bit safer, as if Snurmy ever goes in, he is not getting back out. You can see in the gold lead here, they have a big lead towards the bot side, but Zac doing a very good job with an 800 gold lead in top lane.
And Deletus has been a major beneficiary of the kills in this game as well. Already got the completed Sundered Sky on the job and holding around 1,000 gold advantage over Jones right now. So, see how he continues to leverage that advantage, of course. I say that just as Jones backs to pick up his own Sundered Sky, but is off tempo right now as Pomo takes a chunk off of Toxie. Deletus looking for the angle in. No Cataclysm means that Pomo will be able to get away thanks to the heal out from Egets.
Yeah, still has that dragon up in 30. Yeah, Drake up in 30 seconds. They actually used the ultimate there. The Ari would have just ulted out, teleport back to the fire, and I don't think it would have been worth it at all. So smart for him to try and keep on top of this, as everybody seems to go for it.
He gets caught out very easily. Deletus looking for the damage. Will not be able to find any follow-up engages. Jones present in the mid lane looking to find that angle in as well. Of course, Blue White, they would very much like to continue their Drake stacking. Fourth wall, not of the opinion that they want to let that happen though.
Yeah, if they're able to get this dragon, that means they have another 5 minutes to scale up into the late game behemoths we know they can be. No teleports available for both of these dragons. They need to hit an ultimate from Ashe to find this.
Pomo's on the flank here, but it might just be too late. Jones goes over the wall, is able to find the steal, but will be engaged upon. The Nature's Grasp will come through as well. Charm does find the angle to catch onto Pipey, but the damage is not there. Snurmy and Egets are stuck behind the pit. Pomo is still looking for an angle forwards. It will be just a Shepherd fourth wall away. Blue Whites, they lose their jungler, but they continue the Drake stackings.
Yeah, Blue White's hitting all of their CC onto the Kog'Maw, but you saw Snurmy and Egets over that wall, having no ways to auto attack. That fight was just never going to work out in their favour. But a big win though from Jones, being able to steal that away, keeping their dragon stack in hopes alive, and we even see in the bot lane as well, they're pushing out this tower and may even be able to get the first one here.
We'll be able to get a good chunk of damage down onto that turret. And right now, I mean, you can see Fourth Wall do not really care about it all that much. They are instead just going to try and put Pipey down into the mid lane. Deletus making his way up towards the newly spawned Shelly. And right now, Blue Whites, they're not on tempo to contest this. So, yes, second Drake got picked up, but that does mean that they are delayed getting back onto the map. And Fourth Wall will get Shelly.
Yeah, Shelly, I'm not sure how useful this is going to be. Mostly, when you pick up the Shelly, I just expect it to always go towards the mid lane. Open up this map, crack open the base, and give yourself a little bit more breathing room to try and choke out the enemies by placing wards in the enemy jungle and not having to worry about that pesky mid lane tower. The top lane yet again, so Victor just not caring. Yeah, it's fine. He's just chilling up in the top lane. Remember, first item has been finished by Philoxar. It is still going to be difficult for him to find that 1v1, just because there still is a 20 CS lead, has 3 tower plates to his name as well. So there's a big gold discrepancy up here.
I got one non-dictionary word for you. Anti-heal. That's just what you need to make it so you can actually trade into Zac. And even then, the healing is still pretty gratuitous. Jones looking for Fabio right now. Blue buff will be secured by the side of Fourth Wall. But Blue Whites, they're continuing to try and push their vision line. Flash forced out by the enchanted Crystal Arrow. And Fourth Wall can't necessarily make it in, although Pomo spotted out and rooted up very, very quickly. Using the Spirit Rush, might not be able to get away anyway. The shielding out of Egets is going to prove his savior as the wall stops Jones from getting out. Bolt Breaker cancelled. Vi cancelled and sent on back to the fountain for the 4th time this game.
Yeah, you feel like everybody inside a fourth wall is just a unit. They're constantly together, making sure when one of them makes a play, everyone is there to support him, as they can never get onto Pipey. So it always feels like Deletus or Fabio knows what they're doing and finds that engage first. So Blue White's coming with the correct play, just maybe not the right timing.
That said, they're down in kills, but the gold, not disastrously behind. About 1.5k right now, and they're still holding, of course, a tower to none. and the 2 Drake advantage. Next, we'll be up in 2 minutes time. We are on the Cloud Rift. So, you know, it's one of those souls that you can sort of take or leave. But we have to remember that Cloud Soul is a buff that everyone likes.
I mean, Cloud Soul, I think it's actually really good from side of Blue White, as it finds that engage is going to be a little bit quicker. Ultimate cooldown as well means Ash Arrow, Ari, of course, you know, Yone's ultimate himself. These are all big engage tools that the Cloud Soul will definitely help with. So it is going to be super important to try and engage this, as somehow we'll find another kill on the mid lane.
He gets. How did you end up there, buddy?
Maybe flash over the wall. I mean, it isn't available. I'm not too sure. Maybe they went for another dive. That could have been the possibility.
Well, it didn't work out, safe to say.
That's a golden X if I've ever seen one. You see yourself under the tower and you're like, forget about it. Let's just move on and go for that next play. As everything has been working out for 4-4 on their side, the only big issue I have is going to be J4, the one with most of the kills on this team. So even though they have almost a 2,000 gold lead, it's not really on the member they want.
Yeah, as J4 goes, as the game goes on, J4 will be less and less of a damage threat. Right now, he's doing a pretty good job of maintaining that damage. Veluxa will continue just clearing out those waves. You see the bot laners have been shifted up towards mid. It's all about the vision game now. It's 30 seconds towards the first of those Cloud Drakes.
Yeah, clear mid, go for vision, get yourselves ready for that next dragon. This is going to be soul point if Blue Whites want to pick this up, and they need to try and pressure more and more. So do expect Veluxa to push this out, try and stop Sir Victor from most likely joining the fight, as he is going to be a huge threat with his 2.5 items.
Yeah, doing pretty well for himself. Tier 2 boots go for the cooldown. Fabio hit by the crystal arrow. Pipey again locked up, but Jones has no support again as the Vi just trying to play keep out. Homo tries to go over the wall to find more damage, but again puts himself in a position where he cannot find his target. Pipey will be able to take that one down with Fabio's help, as Shelly will also be able to convert that into a tier 1 as the charge comes through as well. He might be in some trouble as the knockup and the lockup comes through. He will be taken down also as the 11th kill for fourth wall. The tier 2 turret will drop also. And, well, the fourth wall holds, as there will be the Drake to take also.
Yeah, this wall is standing strong as everybody on the side of Blue White is just crumbling. The game's crumbling, the tower's crumbling, as it just isn't going their way. Veluxa did the smart thing of keeping Sir Victor up there, but they need to get onto Pokemon, they need to one-shot him, and Jones finds that first engage, but yet again, Snurby and E-Gets are just nowhere nearby to follow up that damage, so fourth wall allowing that Pokemon to survive, and now this game has just gotten so difficult. 6,000 gold, at least 1 kill apiece on each of these members, and this Pokemon is getting so close to those 2 items we talked about, almost having that Rage Blade available.
And that bot lane advantage that Blue Whites had in the early game doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah.
We've already seen the scaling come through, and this was the concern that I had, that if Blue Whites try to engage, they can't do it piecemeal because they will get torn apart, and that last fight showed it perfectly. Jones went on the back line, died. By the time Pomo came in, he was also alone in a 1v2 against the enemy bot lane. Not that much an Ari can do in that situation, especially when you're not at that 2-item point yet.
And do you know my biggest issue with the way that Blue White's been playing this? We said they have a great 1-2-1 comp. They have the Ari, they have the top laner of the Trundle. They should be winning out in the 2v2s by now, but it just feels like Ari's constantly, instead of trying to play for that, it's just going for these plays towards the mid lane that have just constantly not been working out. As this Trundle, because he hasn't had this support early on, hasn't found that lead against someone like this top laner of Zac, and you can just see by the items. 2 items completed, 2.5. Just top.
Arrow. It finds Pipey. The follow-up is now here, but Jones is a long, long way away. The movement speed coming out from the Blade of the Ruin King will get Pipey to safety. The teleport does get cancelled. Sir Victor will not be able to join the play. Veluxa has done his job, keeping the Zac away from the fight. Baron, of course, on the Rift right now, but not really any means to take it, as your Cogmore did just get sent back to base. However, he got sent back to base to pick up that Ginsu's as well. So second item has been hit for fourth wall, and it's all the more important that Blue Whites remove this key piece in the fight.
Yeah, and it's just coming to a point where Blue Whites, they literally threw everything at that Ariel, Asho as well. But they just don't have the damage yet, and Kog'Maw most likely going to build an armor item afterwards. And literally the kitchen sink. I just feels like they just don't have it in the tank. They need Jones as well to try and make these fights happen. As it just feels like every time they're just a fraction off.
Oh dear. He gets caught out again. And that will be a support down, a piece off the board. And a Baron right there for fourth wall to start up. They know exactly where Jones is. To step in would be a dangerous proposition because there's a Toxie wall. There's Fabio right there looking for the angle in. Pomo is looking for the flank. But again, fourth wall completely aware of what's going on here. Fabio looking to mark Jones across to the side. How are you going to get into the pit if you've got the Maokai on your face? The answer is you are not. Snurmy trying to do some damage. Pomo looking to try and pick apart Toxie also, but the Baron is dropping low. The smite will come through. It's a 4v5 right now as the backs are being used. The base, however, has been broken open by the side of Blue Whites, and it might just be a case that you're not too upset about. Veluxa able to take those bottom lane towers, able to take the bottom inhibitor as well. Jones, buddy, you can't stay there. Your team has already left you. That red buff, was that worth it? Was that worth it?
I don't think so.
At the burn flash, still being chased. Vault Breaker should be able to get him out, but you've burnt so much. And the next Drake is coming up in just over a minute's time. I mean, Blue Whites are lacking in even more tools as he gets engaged on again by Sir Victor and Deletus. Gets removed from the rift as Toxie now coming in, looking to find the lockdown. Snurmy going to try and run back to the safety of his tower, but the Cataclysm will hold him in place. Deletus, it's too tanky to deal with as Toxie will come around the corner as well. We're talking about this Jarvan losing value. Where? Where is he losing value, Zaf?
I mean, he has 2 items. That's like the strongest buy in the game. Later on, 100% Ash will be winning out on that 1v1, but 4-4 just done an incredible job. They got themselves a huge lead, and they are just pushing this through. As Blue Whites had only one opportunity to maybe finish off the game there. If they actually stopped the resets after the Baron, there's actually a possibility of Trundle just breaking through the whole base. As you can see, already got their inhibitor down. There's such a small window from the side of Blue Whites to win this. They need to do it sooner rather than later. As you can see, the J4's hugely strong here. 2.5 items onto Pipey as well. And Toxie, somebody I haven't talked much about in this game, on that Anivia, having those 2 mana items. It just feels almost impossible for Blue Whites to try and fight this.
Yeah, endless mana reserve on the Anivia means you can put down the ult and just chill. It will do the damage. That was not meant to be a pun, but we'll take it. As the Drake has spawned up, fourth wall again are just so much stronger. 7k in the advantage, and outside of a Jones flying over the wall with a smite, isn't going to matter all that much. It is only the second Drake for fourth wall, so Soul is still a very distant perspective. The angles that Blue Whites have to come back in, they're really getting slim.
Yeah, my biggest issue is, like, what do Blue Whites do there? They can either contest a Drake and lose, or they could go top lane and kill Zac. But one of those things is the lie. They can't kill Zac because Zac is just too tanky on these sidelines. Take a look. 3 items completed on this champion. There's no way any member on the side of Blue White is going to be getting through to him. The only chance is maybe Snarmy, but it's going to take him over an hour most likely to kill him off. So it's a very difficult part for Blue Whites to win this. So they need to try and bait them into a fight, stop them from finding this reset, and then allow your top laner Veluxa to try and finish off the game. So he has got 2.5 items, and he has got to a point where maybe he doesn't kill Sir Victor, but he should win at that 1v1.
The Baron has just timed off of the side of fourth wall as Veluxa is looking to aggress onto Sir Victor. It's a very slow battle, as you say. The Trundle instead going to try and focus on taking down the turret, but again, the disruption from the Zac will also make that a very difficult prospect.
What is that healing? He just healed his whole entire HP bar back.
That's what happens when Zac... That's what happens. It's Zac. You need anti-heal to make
even
him a reasonable prospect. Jones locked up once again as the CC will be too much. Goes towards Pipey on the backside, but it will end up being just a donation to the Kog'Maw. Pomo is able to get out of the Cataclysm, but the follow-up flag and drag is not escapable. He gets stuck in the snow. Toxie will be able to pick up that double kill. Pomo still running. being led all over the map on a merry dance. Delita's not going to really want to let him get away. 3 members down. Veluxa is currently still fighting Savictor, which means the base can be broken open. Mid inhibitor has been taken down. It will be potentially just death angle. Veluxa trying to kill off Savictor. Even if he does that, you've got a TP. Otherwise, your base is just getting removed. Respawns coming through. Fourth wall. They lose their nerve. They feel like they're too worried about the Trundle, perhaps.
Yeah, because they're able to stop find that reset, like I said before, yet again, having to
That's the
teleport.
Toxie TP.
Yeah, you have to expect it. Just look at Veluxa here, just taking these hours.
Did you need to respect the Trundle that hard, though? Like, respawns were coming through, but was that really an angle where fourth wall couldn't end?
No, I don't think there's any way it could end here, as we do see the Trundle get taken out. But they're just constantly scared of this, because now we see board inhibitor's been taken out, top lane inhibitor as well, which should give an opportunity from the side of Blue White to finally get out their base. Still 2 dragons their name. They have got 2 items on their jungler, on their mid laner, and on their AD carry. Yes, that isn't going to be as much as the side of fourth wall, but I feel like they finally hit a precedence where they can maybe find a one-shot, because Pipey had still gone for the full damage build, which means you ever find him a way to try and catch him out, look for the reset afterwards, there still is a slight chance of Blue Whites to take it here.
30 seconds until the next Baron spawns, and fourth wall do not have to deal with a broken inhibitor in the bot lane. It has just respawned. So super minions, it means it's not going to be required for Civic to be there. Of course, TP up, he probably was going to be there anyway. But if he wanted to move that little bit faster for the play, then that option is open to them. But again, vision, there's some, but you're always going to be asking some questions from the side of Blue Whites. Like,
wait,
look at that. Look at the river
wards
X,
around
just a
Baron.
new thread.
Yeah, there's just 3 wards just completely in the exact same spot for them, just all trying to cover every single facet of that Baron. While the side of fourth wall, you said before, do have the vision advantage. They can just keep fully littered here, trying to allow the enemy team to walk into them, as they have just some
Thankfully,
incredible
Ashe
engage.
exists.
Yeah, Ashe does have that hot shot to help it out. But remember, Blue White's trying to cover time, trying to make sure that Blue Whites can just try and push out the spot lane. It's now fourth wall finally deciding that maybe this is the place to go for, but it just leaves an opportunity for Blue Whites to walk in towards the top side, clear out this vision, even if they don't start this Baron, put fourth wall in this awkward spot.
They aren't actually able to clear out all of that much vision. Sweeper's not up right now. There is one coming up shortly for Pomo, but you don't realize, I don't think. They are still on top of the ward. The rest of fourth wall now into the mid lane. Will keep shoving those waves out. Of course, the super minions will help them do that as well. Veluxa continuing to apply pressure in the bottom lane. Savictor yet to have Cell Division come back up, which means that he is, in theory, killable.
Well, this inhibitor is just gone. There's just nothing Service
I mean,
can do. It just come to the point in this fight where you just say, okay, have what you want and try and stop him. So fourth wall, they need to try and do something on the upside of the map, or Victor just does this.
Is going to be able to hit, but does not have the anti-heal still, as Toxie will come out of the base. The pillar, trying to keep Toxie at range, will force the flash out from the Trundle. It's 2 members committed towards the bottom side of the rift, though. If Blue Whites wanted to, they could start off the Baron, but the rest of fourth wall is in the mid lane.
It's just so risky for Blue Whites to try and do anything here. They know they don't win out in the 4 versus 4. It looks like your only opportunity.
Yeah, but now fourth wall have the freedom to just apply bodies towards the bottom side of the rift. No ultimate available, and Toxie will be able to pick this one up pretty damn easily. Goes dominating. And Blue Whites are still looking for their engage angle, as across comes the Nature's Grasp. Pipey goes godlike after removing Yones, and Savictor will join the play. It's a matter of inches at this point. The inches, that is, that fourth wall have to walk into Blue White's base. Close out this victory. Snurmy on the run, flashing away from Piper. You're not going to survive that. The Cogmore goes legendary. The inevitability of this Cogmore is at us.
Yeah,
the game goes long.
Cogmore takes over. It's the classic ADC thing that you always expect. They'll keep them alive and they'll carry you through the end.
For a second I thought Victor was going for a little bit too many style points, but he does manage to survive underneath the fountain. As fourth wall, they pick up that win and they lock in the 2-0. So they have the head-to-head against Blue Whites now.
Yeah, it's just a great play, you have to say, from the side of 4th wall to win out there because blue whites. I like that comp, kind of, because it did have, pushing every single lane. But every time they went for an early play, it never worked out. Because remember the time when they tried to invade the blue buff, bot lane push, mid lane push, allow your Vi to go in for that 1v1, loses the smite fight, dies at the end of that, which means a lot of the tempo you have as Vi in the early game gets negated. But still, you have a few more opportunities, but yet again and again and again, just wasn't working out. And even if that doesn't work out, you still have your 1v1. You can still play through the side lanes. But remember, Trundle not being able to find that lead early enough means that it's just a difficult time to try and get yourselves to victory. So, of course, 4-4, longer the game goes, able to pick up the win.
Absolutely is. We are going to have Piper coming in for an interview. I wanted to just double check production. Is it a little break before the interview? Yes. Okay. Thank you, production. We are going to throw it to a break, but we're going to set up the interview with Pipey. Had that very hypey Cogmore performance. We'll be back in a few minutes with that. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more action still to come. So I realized that I need to make a petition or something, Zathos, because
What
the
is it?
CogChamp or Coggers or Pogmore emote doesn't exist.
Wait, what
Why
would
does it
that
not
be like?
exist?
It could be Pogmore.
It's literally just Cogmore doing Pog.
No,
That's
no,
all it
but
needs to
what
be.
is it called though? Because it like Pogmore is probably the easiest one.
Yeah,
Pogcog doesn't sound good, so plenty of different
it's
opportunities
it's
there.
it's CogChamp, Coggers.
I like Cogchamp.
Yeah,
Hey, guys, I'm feeling
yeah.
Cogchamp today. Kind of
Speaking
works.
of Cogmore, we had a Cogmore in the last game, Zathos, and
We did.
that's the segue we're going with. There's Pipey from Fourth Wall is here for the interview. Hello, congrats on the win.
Hello,
Thanks a
hello.
lot.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So, I mean, we've already been talking about Cog, so let's talk about him some more. He's come back a lot on this 14.5 patch. Was it just the buffs that made everyone remember he existed?
No, I mean, yeah, that's right. Like, I think he wasn't bad before. This buff wasn't really a big change. It just is a bit better, but it's not a big deal. Like, this didn't make Gog OP or anything. It's
Fair
like the
enough.
same as before.
Yeah, I did want to ask though, because of course it's a bit of a change from usual. Of course, you play a bit of a Aphelios beforehand here in Division 2. What's the difference between players like a Kog'Maw and a Aphelios? Both are, of course, very long range champions, are very squishy, especially if you get on top of them. What's the difference?
There's basically no difference, I feel like. Cog has like a
No.
more simpler like kit, but same positioning, like Aphelios has a bit more abilities and weapons. So like the only difference is like the abilities, but it's the same playstyle. Like you hyperscale, you carry late game is basically the same in my opinion.
That's a good thing to touch on because, of course, the early game didn't go amazingly for you. You fell a little bit behind in the lane,
Yeah.
but it never really felt like you were properly pressured in the lane. Just like, was there any point where you actually like felt bothered with the situation you were in, or is it all just like, yeah, no, it's fine. It's just the usual thing of it's fine, we scale, guys.
Yeah, so I'm very used to this playstyle. Like I play Aphelios, Cog, Jinx, and enemy picks like private champs every game, like play for bot lane. So my playstyle every game is like sit at turret, look for enemy mistakes, lose a few CS, I scale, and then win. Like I don't feel that much pressure. Of course, it's boring early game, but then I get to shine later on.
Yeah, you feel like a perfect ADC for me. Of course, being a Bard support main myself, can have you down in the bot lane. I just roam all around the map. And talking about roaming, top lane, bit of a difficult thing later into the game early on. Of course, Zac, being a champion, absolutely just Goomba stomped Trundle, it felt like in the early game. But the longer it went on, Trundle started winning. Trundle took an inhibitor, took another one. Was there ever a point in the game where you guys were stressed about the Trundle? Or did you always felt like you had a leash on him and you were able to, make sure he wasn't able to finish the game?
So early game, like until the last 5 minutes, I feel like Servicta had like a leash on that guy. He was on an island and like chilling all game and no impact at all. But last 5 minutes, like my heart started beating a bit. It was really scary because the Trundle solo killed Victa and then he had like pressure silence and we had to adapt our playstyle and like put two bot lane or top lane or whatever and push the lane out and then move. But yeah, it was a bit scary, but it could be played around.
Well, overall, worked out very well for you, and of course, that will puts you in good stock to potentially overtake Blue Whites in the standings, thanks to you having the head-to-head. Are you feeling confident about your ability to do that and try and lock top two?
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident actually. Like we haven't played with the elitists for a while. You know why? Like we changed junglers and we had like a lot to learn and synergy to learn again. But I feel really good now and confident, and I think we have a really good chance at like winning it all in playoffs. So
Yeah,
yeah.
Good to hear.
Yeah, confidence. I'm loving the confidence coming out from you, 5PO. Now you guys were on a 5-win streak. It just felt like, of course, when you had the jungler beforehand, doing well. Took a little stumble. Now you're straight back onto the horse. I believe you only lost 1 or 2 games. You were straight ready to get yourselves back with that confidence, and it's great to see. So you said before you think you're going to do well in playoffs. Do you think you're going to win it all?
I think so. Yeah, I'm confident. Also, I'd like to
Nice one.
say like to all the teams, maybe give me a Draven game. I'm not that good on Draven.
Do you actually have him?
Don't
Like,
listen to him. Do not.
No, like
do.
every first ban, like every game except one was Draven ban, and now they started banning my Phyllis as well. It's kind of sad. I don't get to
Kinda
play the
cringe.
champions I enjoy.
Oh,
It's
let him have it. Let him have it, guys. Ignore what
Just
I
one
just said.
game.
one game.
Just one game.
One game.
Just one game. I'm sure it'll be absolutely
Grand
fine, and
finals.
nothing horrific will happen. I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll be all good. Thank you, Pipey, so much for coming for the interview. Do you want to shout anyone out before we let you go?
No, just my teammates. They played really well. Good couple of
Nice.
guys.
Positivity.
Good stuff. Right. Thank you once again. We'll let you go
Thank you.
and we'll throw it back to another quick break while we get ourselves set on up for the next game, unless production is going to correct me very quickly. Throwing it towards a break, we've got another game coming up. In fact, 3 more games coming up, but one more with myself and Zathos as we
gotta
have
make it
top of
count.
the table Rich Gang going up against Garden Gaming. We'll be back in a few for that. And welcome back, everybody. As you're going to be pleased to hear, you don't even have to listen to us all of that much before we get on into the next game, because the teams are as eager to get on into game as you are. Garden Gaming up against top of the table Rich Gang, and there is something very real riding on this one, Zathos. If Rich Gang win this game, they lock first. They are unassailable in the top spot.
I mean, isn't that what everybody wants, you know, to be top of the tier, best person you've ever seen? Rich Gang, they can do it today, you know, they have the name of it, can be, you know, flexing at the end, be like, I'm rich, and I'm the best at League of Legends. There's just nothing better than that. As the pick and bans have finally got themselves through, Garden Gaben on the left, Rich Gang on the right. And we talked about the Draven. It's not happening. Brackish, it's not happening. Already banned away by Rich Gang.
Good Dravens.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. UKEL, NLC Div 1, Div 2, it just feels like everywhere there's just a Draven main. Even in the LEC Hans Sama, you just can't get away from them. So, of course, that getting banned away. Garden Gaming coming through with the Ashe, with the Senna, banning away the safe picks. We do know the side of Garden Gaming, or sorry, Rich Gang, are more defensive side, but we still have the ASO open for Rich Gang.
Yep, always just a present threat for Fruity Fresh to potentially pick up, and of course if he goes for that unlocks Sumi to go for his more AD focused mid laners. The Yone is the most common one of those that we see, but see the Xinjiao be taken away. Varus makes it through, Varus gets picked. What else?
I mean, yeah, it's to be expected. You've seen it the whole entire time through this year. Varus strong early. Varus does what he wants. As Rich Gang have instantly locked in that way. We're not getting the Yone. We're not going to get the more spicy picks outside of Rich Gang, as they will have Prior in the mid lane most likely. Will lock themselves in the Maokai as well. Can get flexed around, just like we talked around before. Whenever you see the Varus, you expect most likely a Nort to get yourself an early strong laning phase. Rel is a flexibility choice as well, so there are plenty of different opportunities. But Brackish, I'm sorry, it's week K. I want Spice. I want to see the ASOL.
So, Spice is still possible, because I would never put it past Fruity Fresh to just play the Queen bot lane.
Yep, that's the benefit. Because when
it is the Fruity factor. Simple as that. Is the Bash, after the Xinjiao gets taken away, wants to go for some comfort still, so it will be the Viego locked in for him. We do still need to see a jungler, unless of course they want to put the Maokai into the jungle, but it has, at least for quite a while, been predominantly been a support pick.
Yeah, the main reason you enjoy it in the support pick more is that easy first engage allows you to start up these fights, compared to the jungle where it can get bullied out by champions like Viego. They can just free farm into it, getting themselves up, and they will outscale it the later the game goes. We saw the J4 last game is going to get picked in from the side of Rich Gang, so it seems like they want to do the exact same thing 4-4 did. Pick a comp that goes in, have champion steal damage behind it, and don't think about the rest of it. So we're going to have to see what the side of Rich Gang and GG want to ban away. Now, of course, we want to have a big AD carry on the side of Rich Gang if they want to go for that style. So do expect AD bans on the side of GG. Compared to Rich Gang, they still need to pick their top laner, so most likely going to be top and support picks.
Yeah, Olaf can get taken away from Fat Shield, one of his most played, along with, you know, the Aatrox that every pro player and their mother plays. So, not much of a surprise there. As the Heimerdinger gets banned because Fruity is an absolute mad lad.
I feel like you're like his biggest fan. You got like a poster at the back, maybe behind your curtain. There's just Fruity Fresh there. I'm
also a lover of the spice. Like, I am, like, the spice must flow. Everybody's seen June at this point, hopefully.
I mean, I was gonna say it just keeps the, you know, thing fresh. Because of the name, thank you, I'll be here all week. But Garden Gaming banded away all of their interested picks as
This is what it feels like.
I'm a bit upset, man. You've been telling me I'm gonna get a dad joke. I'm gonna get, you know, bad
I
jokes.
have made some, you just didn't catch them, it seems.
So am I just too young for you? Or like, what's happening here?
I don't know, yeah, this guy's too zoomer. I was like, it's okay. Karma does get taken away. The fact that it made it through the draft all the way to this point is kind of shocking, honestly. The Gragas will get taken off of Stumpy.
There's going to be some really good
plenty of options available.
Yeah, Karma again, bad.
Stumpy has got some Maokai top games as well. So there is still plenty of flexibility. The Aurelia.
Okay.
We're talking about Spice. That's a little bit out there. I think this is the bot lane.
Yeah. I will admit, Maokai top, it can work, it can happen, and it's actually been played a lot in the LCK and the LPL, so do expect there's a team to bring it out. It is going to be top of the table Rich Gang, because remember, if they win the game here, they have locked themselves up in that first place position. So super important to find this win, but they have to do it in style, they have to have fun with the comp. As a side of Garden Gaming, going for a little bit more simplistic, going for the team fight, going for the big knock-up, and their whole entire thing is trying to find that reset onto Viego. Nico and Viego being incredible together, as you just pop Blossom up, have Viego kill one of them afterwards, and you just go for Reset City, just take over these fights.
Resets for days are indeed the name of the game for Garden Gaming. That was a lot of days. As the Renekton, it's of the picks that are still available. It's good, it's consistent, it's pretty safe. Like to see it, but that does mean that Rich Gang have the opportunity to lock in something like the Malphite, which
Give me the Malphite. The Malphite's
is a very good option. Stumpy has got a very wide champion pool. It's certainly not out of his wheelhouse to play something like that. And something big, beefy to supplement the Maokai is definitely what we would have wanted to see. That is indeed going to be the lock-in. There's plenty of AD on this Garden Gaming side. In fact, the two of the three main carries, I'm going to put Renekton slightly away from being main carry status in this game. But Viego and Varus, predominantly physical damage. Malphite's eating good.
It's disruption though. It's disruption from the Renekton in the top lane because Irelia goes in, CC the Renekton, CC the Irelia and burst them out. Because yes, Wei can do a lot of damage later on into the game. We're talking about the early game fights. We're talking about, maybe the mid game fights as well. You have to say, if Rich Gang want to win this game, mid lane has to find the lead. They need to make sure Irelia is comfortable in this lane in face against the Nico, which it should be. But later on, make sure they has that support later on into the fight. Because of course, the Malphite versus Renekton, it's not going to kill the Malphite. The Malphite's not going to care. That matchup doesn't matter. Bot lane, we know Fruity Fresh. We know he just scales. We know he just does AP mages thing late in the game. So it's all going to be about these bot lanes roaming up towards this mid lane and trying to find these early game fights. So that's why I'm really excited to see in this game, to see what Rich Gang or the side of Garden Gaming can do.
I'm very interested towards the bot lane, though, because if Shiro and Greg really do want to get out of this lane, then do we see some interesting fights happening, or is Fruity Fresh just going to chill underneath tower, look to scale up on the way? Because I do feel like there are some angles, especially with good pressing of many buttons. It does kind of feel like a fighting game. You've got to get all of that frame data in as quickly as possible to get the Hui combos down.
Yeah, just frame perfect it. Make sure that you hit at the perfect second to make sure when they go to an engage. Yeah, doing everything you can. Maybe getting crits as well. Those counters to get.
Thank God he can't quit.
Bot lane.
Thank God that Hui can't crit. Like that would.
No, because if he hits it maybe like the perfect spot, that's when he crits. A bit like an Aatrox Q. You get them in the perfect circle of it.
No,
it isn't good. Please, right? Don't do that. You've given me Smolder, and I've already been angry enough at you for that. If they do that on Hui, I might have to give up at this point.
Thank you, production, for reminding me that Shadow Flame technically makes spells crit when targets are low health.
It's a fighting game, confirmed. League of Legends, Hui fighting game. To be honest, talking about the new fighting game that's coming out from League of Legends, Hui seems like a perfect pick there. You get yourself maybe a Jace, get yourself anything that has like different types of ability like Rek'Sai as well. I feel like they are like the bread and butter of what you'd want from a fighting game.
Yes. I am going to agree with that because I'm gonna play the I play a fighting game. Does that mean I know what I'm doing? Absolutely not.
Most people, when they first pick Elise or Rek'Sai, tell me they know what they're doing. They're just spamming their abilities, trying to do anything they can do to get a kill, and it feels like the exact same in any game.
True. Very true. We are getting a little pause on to start up, so we're going to be slightly delayed getting on into the game. Let's look a little bit deeper then, Zath, because we talked about the top lane a little bit. It's kind of negated by the fact that Malphite exists. Do you think there is a period in the early game, though, where he could fall prey to this combo of Renekton and Viego when he hasn't got quite enough armor to just nope all of their dealing?
Okay, I'm going to teach you how Malphite wins. It's very simple. Those things called armor boots, you buy them, 12% of the damage is negated. Malphite already is unkillable. That basically means he's super unkillable. Then he gets a frozen heart. And then, of course, the attack speed goes down. Can't kill him again. And then maybe you get yourself more armor on top of that Dead Man's Plate. Maybe Randuin's Omen if you want to make sure that Varus doesn't do as much to you. There's plenty of different options. But after armor boots, Malphite's fine in the top lane. That isn't going to be the issue. But the thing I'm most excited to talk about is going to be this mid lane matchup. Of course, when you have somebody like this Irelia who can just get so much going in the early game.
We'll find out how much Sumi can get done as we are ready to head on to the Rift for our second game of the day. Rich Gang just about ready to lock in their top spot if they can brush aside Garden Gaming, cut them down to size.
That's so
I
cute.
got baited. I got baited. I thought we were looking at the duck, but they panned to the frog.
I'm sorry, that so cute. I love it. Why can't League of Legends be like that all the time? We just have frogs fighting frogs. Maybe it has to do with the Grump as well. Baby Grump.
I mean, Kench technically exists, but of course he's a catfish, not a frog. If you want to argue strictly accurate taxonomy, is Greg potentially looking to find an angle in. Will just be a sapling dropped onto Nickel.
That's just not fun. They just say hi, poke them out.
Let's talk about the bot lane properly, because the 2v2, I think, is actually a lot more interesting than you might think on first glance, because the CC that Maokai offers to the Hui means that it's so easy for him to land his big combos, like Ravenous Maw plus Severing Bolt when the enemy is locked up from a Twisted Advance. That's very easily replicable.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, because Hui's one of those champions where they need to hit their abilities to deal damage, and point-and-click CC means that you basically can't miss unless you try and hit on the opposite side of the map. So there are definite ways on the side of Rich Gang to get this going. But remember, they aren't going to have too much fun in this bot lane until they get themselves that lost chapter. So with the teleport available in Fruity Fresh, you do expect for him to try and stay in this lane, stack up to 1,300 gold to get that lost chapter, and that's when we should see Greg going towards the opposite side of the map. But still early on, they have the J4, but that doesn't even matter. Take a look at the dad or the mum, it doesn't matter. The Grump's here. Kill the Grump, you win the game, right?
You know what? I don't think that's quite how that works.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking about fighting games, Get that sorted. But both junglers are going to be signed towards this top side, getting themselves ready down to get themselves around the top side, as you do expect both these laners to not care at all towards this top side. Viego does have a slightly quicker clear than J4 in this matchup, so do expect him to get there just slightly quicker.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, as you said, top lane basically doesn't matter if Malphite is going to be utterly unkillable. It will be pretty easy for Fat Shield to have early push, of course. We'll be able to build up a little bit of a CS advantage, but Malphite is a tank who you can play very low eco and still be highly effective.
Yeah, Malphite's going to be really fine in this lane. You see a little bit of poke damage coming out. Still has that teleport available. Trying to set up a freeze to make sure the Fat Shield can't get too much of him. Good training coming out from him, though, as both junglers are getting towards this bot side, as we will see constantly getting pushed out is going to be this bot lane, as an AD carry against the major early on is constantly going to be having that push, as Fruity Fresh should try and set up a freeze here. But my biggest issue is with the J4 yet again is maybe you can get Prio in the mid lane, but that's going to be difficult, so I feel like he has to give up the bottom Skull Crab and maybe look to get the top one instead.
Well, we already see Shiro stepping out of lane, making sure that there is a good amount of vision to spot out when Broder maybe wants to get something done towards the bottom side of the rift. Both junglers just about finishing that full first clear. Broder now needs to think about where he's looking, and it's mid lane that seems to have caught his attention initially, but it's already been warded out. Rich Gang are more than aware of what is going on, as Bash is now going to look for Broder. The root will land in from Ericsson. The flash, Spectral Maw onto Broder. Flash used by the job, and one more auto. It's not ticking down, though. Sumi going to take a big chunk of damage also. Spectral Maw will get dodged. Shiro looking for the angle in. There is the flash on the rel, but the wave isn't going to get cleared out quickly enough. Sumi and Broder will be okay for now.
Yeah, Rich Gang are so lucky not to lose someone's life there, as a ward does come out from Fat Shield towards the top side. But it was just noticing it that from the word placed earlier on, they instantly engage onto Brado, doesn't die there as top lane.
There's real damage coming both ways. That kneeling from Fat Shield, though, will be enough, and that's what I was talking about. Sometimes you don't quite have that armor in the early game of Broder. In onto the mid lane, Asumi able to get one. Shiro will flash over the wall. No flashes to chase, but you've got an entire jungle to run through. Broder is lurking, looking for the angle. It may just be that Shiro has to go for the execute instead. It is looking like it's going to be able to escape. Bash will walk in to ensure that his support can walk out.
Yeah, going for a little bit of a stroke, just checking around, making sure that he can get himself out to safety. But because of having a way in the bot lane, you can't leave him alone in that 1v1 for too long. So you see Greg isn't able to move out until they finally push out that wave, which means it's allowed the support of Shiro to just constantly be going around the map helping out the team, meaning that they're so lucky on the side of Rich Gang to be completely even in gold. Now with bot lane having, you know, that mana crystal available, should mean that he should be able to, you know, stay safe in the bot lane and give the opportunity for Greg to roam around the map.
Bash will go in, pick himself up a single one of the grubbies off the bat there when they're respawned. But big advantage now for Fruity Fresh because these AP bot laners have the luxury of running teleport, which means that getting back to lane every 5 minutes is a non-factor. He's able to come on back, has already picked up the tier. We'll get that stacking up towards Seraph's. And Nickel just has to wait for the wave to come to him. Has got the Vamp Scepter, of course, on the way up towards Blade of the Ruined King. It's Broden and Greg. Off Drake.
Yeah, I actually don't think this is a smart idea from Rich Gang. You know that your AD carry isn't going to be too strong. Fruity Fresh still needing time to scale up, only having the tier available. So I feel like Rich Gang should just try and give this, unless they want an opportunity for Irelia. But even that, I think, is just kind of difficult to do.
Fight coming through. Severing Bolt will not land, but Shiro, you haven't got all that much health. Pop Blossom will be able to do a decent amount of work. Broda gets removed, but Sumi is on to Mikkel right now. The Varus flashing forwards, trying to get that damage down. His kill will be picked up, but Fruity Fresh able to get another. Bash is going through those resets, however, looking for the damage. Sumi will be able to take him down, however. Junglers removed from the rift, but Broda is already back up. Could look to come towards the Drake.
Yeah, Broda wasn't actually the damage source that you were expected to try and go on there. You'd want on the side of Garden Gaming to either go for the Irelia or Fruity Fresh, because both of them were untouched for the start of that fight, able to win out the back of that. So Rich Gang in a really big point, because we said they need to find a lead early, and that's exactly what they've done with Irelia going for that reset, having that Vampiric Scepter, and a pickaxe on top of that. Once that first item starts coming through, I feel like this is where Rich Gang could really start accelerating their fights. As you see J4 knowing that Irelia is there to protect him, is instantly just going for one of the Void Scuttlers.
Shiro will step up the river and spot Broda out, but I mean, Greg is coming up as well, and Bash is currently at least engaged taking his blue buff. Will just be another one traded, a single lone Kevin, alone in that pit. Does now mean that, I mean, if he stays up long enough, then the respawn timers will be so long that neither team can get the 5 buff.
I mean, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking about how lonely that guy must feel. Just all alone, two of your brothers who just died in front of your face. Can't be a fun time at all, as we finally see Bash hopping over towards that level 6 mark. I really actually trying to hover it down. What, you saying
creatures have feelings too?
They must have feelings, you know? If dogs, cats, you know, all of them have feelings. What's the difference between a Void Scuttler?
That's a great question. Honestly, I don't have a good answer to that, so I guess I'm just going to feel a little bit bad for a moment, and then remember that we're casting League of Legends, Zathos, and we have got that Drake still up for contest. Broda will make his way down, right now at least. I mean, Ericsson's in base, not really an angle forgotten getting to the contest.
Yeah, Garden Gaming don't really have an opportunity to do this. Like I said, level 6 was actually reached by Bash and Ericsson. So they do have finally that combo to try and burst someone through, but just really difficult to try and do, especially when the Irelia is super far in towards the game. So you should try and take a fight away from her, try and scale up somewhere else, and then look for that fight. As long as this game goes, you still have a Varus, you have a Viego, you have a Nico. You are pretty strong the later this game goes, so it is okay to give up either the first Dragon or the first Drake to get yourself to a good position. As you can already see, now's a gold in the mid lane, just what we expected.
Yep, that's what happens when you pick up 3 kills in the early game. Sumi also able to keep up with Ericsson in terms of CS as well, which is nice to see. First item has already been completed towards the top side of the rift. It will be an Eclipse for Fat Shield, which will help him cut through a little bit of that armor from Stumpy, who has, as you said, completed the plated steel caps.
Yeah, Barmy Cinder as well means he will do a little bit of damage himself. So, of course, you know, having damage items will help you deal extra, but I still don't think it's going to be enough unless we see a mistake coming out from Stumpy to leave him all alone. Because the longer that they leave this Malphite in the top lane, the tankier is going to get us. That's full combo coming out from Fat Shield, and he took 300 HP at max.
Not all that much, safe to say. So we're looking towards the bot side of the rift. Greg There's a lot of very worried pings from Rich Gang there, as Greg, I think, was at a little bit of risk of getting caught. Shiro, though, might need to be a little bit careful. The Rel looking for the damage in. Bash looking to join the play as well, as 3v3 right now. And it all comes to nothing.
Yeah, everybody just trying to get themselves positioned to try and support Irelia into the mid lane, because you have Rich Gang trying to make sure they don't die, while the upside GGS being like, maybe we can find an advantage here if we're able to get, you know, enough CC, because yes, Irelia has damage, it doesn't mean that they're able to survive.
Oh boy. Ultimate activated out of Fat Shield, a little bit of magic damage from the Dominus, but Stumpy still has his own ultimate available, and Broda is closing in the flash away from Fat Shield. That will have very much saved his life. That's both flashes gone off the top laners for the next 5 minutes.
You have to say, Malphite coming out victorious there, mostly because with his flash not available, it means that Fat Shield, even if he teleports into these fights, isn't going to be able to get instantly onto Summy or Fruity Fresh. A small invincible advantage there for
Nicole, though, taking a big chunk of damage. The despair is unending, and it spirals down to the kill. Shark needs to be on the run as well, but feared up. Greg can chase. The signature going to do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to end Sharo's life also. But we were talking about it, the ease of combo that this bot lane duo has. Really difficult for Mikkel to play these fights.
Yeah, MKL trying to use his ultimate, trying to make sure that Fruity Fresh couldn't get on top of him, but he just flashes away from that. Grey out players mid lane, does have the E available, does land, but Bash not wanting to go for this, as it feels like Rich Gang finding leads in top, finding leads in bot, and compared to last game to this one, J4 doesn't have the kills, it's actually on the major important people, some who have doing themselves, finally completed that first item that I talked about, the Blade of the Rune King, and as well Fruity Fresh with his reset, complete first item. Seems like Rich Gang are really getting off to a good start in this game.
They didn't need to hyper-accelerate the game either. They have very strong scaling towards the late game also, so sitting on 1,000 gold advantage at 12 minutes, it's got to feel pretty nice.
Especially when it is going to be allocated into the correct position. The main objective coming up is going to be the Dragon in a minute and a half, and I would actually like for Garden Gaming to try and contest it. Yes, it's going to be hard to go against Irelia and Fruity Fresh, but you still have a lot of burst damage. I feel like if they set themselves up with good vision early on and make sure the Rich Gang walk into them, it can be in a very good spot, especially when they just have so much CC coming out from this team. As we actually have MKL, I believe, going for more of an auto-attack based build instead of the usual lethality you see. I would have most likely enjoyed the lethality here instead, as maybe you won't get through the Malphite, you can help try and burst through someone, so you can have Bash finding those resets, especially onto Irelia, where maybe you can start getting through them afterwards.
I assume Garden Gaming was simply of the thought, like, well, if the Varus can't kill the Malphite, then who can? Asumi looking for trades onto Ericsson, but of course, kind of difficult to interact with Emiko in situations like that. Yeah, 30 seconds for the Drake, and right now we're actually kind of quiet on the Eastern Front, as Broda instead making his way towards that top side pit, try and pick up some more grubbers.
Yeah, going to be able to pick up one hit, most likely not going for more as you see the flag and drag out to safety, making sure if anybody was nearby they aren't going to be getting more. But now that they know Broda's towards the top side, does mean the priority will be heading over towards the side of Garden Gaming towards this bot lane Dragon, which we wanted them to contest. We wanted them in a good position, but we're going to have to see as Rich Gang's bot lane could try and stop them.
They do have a decent position, but the Nature's Grasp already coming out on towards these three members as the Spiraling Despair onto Shiro. Will be able to get a good Magnet Storm as Mikkel trying to get the damage through. Bash will be able to find the backside as Fruity Fresh will drop. Fat Shield joined the play, but is basically just a punching bag for the members of Rich Gang. Is able to keep them at arm's length for a while, but the remaining members are here. Stumpy also has an unstoppable force to his name. We get on to as Ericsson will find Sumi towards the backside. That's a big shutdown, and it completely compromises how Rich Gang want to play. Blue team will take the Dragon as Stumpy uses the unstoppable force, but it will be very stoppable, it turns out, as Garden Gaming completely even out the kills and get the Drake.
Yeah, Rich Gang just in an awkward position because they had a possibility at the start to try and collapse onto Garden Gaming because they were around the Dragon Pit, had the bot side and the top side completely secured to themselves. But if just too early from Rich Gang using all of their ultimates means a great re-engage coming out from Garden Gaming, allows them to pick up that first kill onto Bash, and then even after that, a great flash as well from Ericsson to finish off that fight, as Rich Gang with a big lead has now kind of dwindled, and the one champion you didn't want to find the lead in the early game has now there's 6 kills onto Bash, picking up so much in that last fight. And here's 2.5 items completed. We thought Irelia was ahead. This is nothing compared to Bash.
Bash, looking at Bash in some skulls this game, it seems. And all of the hopes of Garden Gaming will be primarily on his back this game. Fatshield will be able to convert the first turret. You do see Shelly is up and available as well. And Stumpy, yeah, okay, he's getting pretty tanky, but in a situation like that, he's not a damage dealer. He can set up for these big damage dealers of Rich Gang, but if Sumi drops, if Fruity Fresh drops, then, I mean, there's a rock, but where's the Hopples?
Yeah, and that's an even bigger difficult thing on the side of Rich Gang is you actually have ways of going in, but do you have enough disengage tools? If Fat Shield or Shiro are able to come from one of the side lanes and get themselves a pick off, or even the start to the fight, Bash should be able to finish it off and clean up these team fights. Because now it feels like Garden Gaming, that we thought, what is really their win con? How are they going to get through this game? With all of those kills going over towards Bash, I feel like everybody's truly understanding Bash is our win con, we play around him, and we see what we can get done.
We have seen this be the case quite a few times though with Garden Gaming. Bash does really come into his own, I feel like, when you are putting him on a carry like this and the rest of the team acting to enable him. The Viego has been a signature of his for a very, very good reason, and he's looking to show us once again why that is the case.
Exactly, play for K5, Kavaluna, however you say that champion's name beforehand, back in 2023 as mid. It's going to be safe, they can actually be able to defend. Stumpy won't get too much of this. But yeah, Bash has been around for quite a while here in Div 2, trying to get himself situated, trying to get up to that Division 1, as of course 4-Ball being there beforehand, trying to get themselves to reclaim themselves in that position. But Rich Gang and GG are pretty new teams and are doing really well in their staples.
Yeah, Garden Gaming currently in the big brawl for those lower playoff spots as Bash will drop Shelly into the mid lane. Good chunk of damage. They will look to try and convert it into a full second tower. Fruity Fresh, however, able to do some good damage with Shiro in, followed with the Pop Blossom, and Fruity Fresh will pop Juicy as Stumpy will come into setup for the Sumi Masen for the Aurelia. As Garden Gaming forced to run away. Looked amazing at the start, but Sumi will be able to pick up some more kills onto this Aurelia. Yeah, okay, not quite as scary as this Viego, but guess who died?
It was Bash, and do you know who got the kill as well? Sumi. That is going to be a huge issue for the side of Garden Gaming to try and deal with, because everything was going well, like you said before, but that tower, that pesky tower, was up for that whole entire fight, and the person tanking it was Bash. Yes, he's the tankiest out of all, but too many tower shots allowed on the back of it Sumi to be able to pick up the kill on him, and even the kill onto Shiro. And now that we've seen the reset come through, 2 items, and if we can take a look at the gold lead as well, there's a 50 CS lead onto Sumi. I expect him to be around about the same amount of gold as we have in the jungler of Bash.
Right now, it's really easy to cast a game in this situation when you have 2 players so very much set up for success.
It's
in
like,
the
who's
game.
the win con? It's
Yeah.
an easy
Who
mode.
can
Like,
carry harder? Sumi. Again being set up. Back shield going to get locked up. All of the CC known to man. He's got a flash. He's got some heals. Will he be able to get out as the blade surge is not enough, and the flash from Fat Shield is exactly what is needed for him to survive. All of that effort expended towards the top side. 15 seconds until the Drake is about to spawn onto the Rift. We are onto the Chemtech Rift.
yeah, teleports available for both of the members who have just been in that fight. So we're going to have to see if Rich Gang actually want to contest this. So just allow Sumi in this top lane to gather more gold, gather more tempo for the team. As Garden Gaming, yet again, in the bot side, should be able to pick up their second tower of the game. As everybody is just trying to wait, trying to allow their solo laners on the side to see what they can get before this fight even happens.
tier 1s have been cracked by the side of Garden Gaming. Not one remains on the Rift as they continue to dance around this Chemtech Drake. Oh, hey, Baron. Winds his way up the river to take his place in that Baron pit. We're still dancing. Shiro taking some damage, but nobody is wanting to commit. And the problem with that is, well, Sumi is just shoving the side lane.
I absolutely love this from Rich Gang. This is actually a huge play for them because take a look. They don't care for Dragon, just give it up. It's the second Dragon, not the portal. Or, you know, try and go for the smite away. Now they've used everything to run away. It's allowed Irelia to get 1.5 items.
Flash from Nickel might just be in the Cataclysm, however. After it's already been used, there's no way out of the pit. Fruity Fresh is going to find Shiro all on his lonesome. Will be one more auto, one more devastating fire will do the trick. Rich Gang, as you said, they play the map really smartly. They do not need to care about a second Drake, so instead they get their advantages elsewhere on the map and they get some kills.
Yeah, one thing that's really upsetting now is just like they're making a great play. They're going towards the top side, taking away that pressure, but Irelia are going towards the mid lane, trying to get themselves to get a lead in that fight as well. I mean, it's just smart from Rich Gang getting themselves elsewhere. And then with that Malphite, having that staff engage, knowing that they overextended, use everything to get out, restarting that fight, picking up a double kill. With Irelia having 5 kills themselves, we still can't let alone Fruity Fresh on this way pick, who still has those 3 kills, 2.5 items in their pocket, even got that fully fixed mana crystal. Is really pretty strong in this game.
As you say, fully stacked tier, but doesn't seem to be in any rush to finish off the Seraph's Embrace. Got a Blighting Jewel in inventory as well. Knows that not feeling all that threatened and expects that a majority of the focus is going to be on Sumi.
Yeah, I was about to say, how are they ever getting onto the back line of Fruity Fresh? Sumi is the one you need to kill out, and then just hope that you can get onto Fruity Fresh afterwards. So they just need to keep pumping out that damage. I mean, if Stumpy ever finds a huge engage, Fruity Fresh is there with that backup. You want to make sure that you have the damage, just completely one-shot somebody like Bash to get started.
So the Nature's Grasp was used. Fat Shield does not give a single damn. He will look to make his way out. I mean, Bash is coming in to try and join the play. Greg, with no flash, with no ultimate, should be a pretty easy pick. Bash looking to do the damage with the flawless duet from Sumi. Will make some space. Fat Shield still looking to chase as the rest of Garden Gaming will close in. Sumi, the next target, has to flash away from the Pot Blossom. A bit of damage gets dropped by Fruity Fresh, but it's not enough to save his support.
Yeah, going to be able to defend these waves. The only issue is you have J4 in the mid lane, not going to be able to get a lot of this tower, try and push through this very fast. Can't even finish it off. Malphite in the top lane, able to push another wave as well. So it was just a big mistake coming out from Rich Gang, trying to go for the overextension to try and find that kill. Weren't able to find it. Fat Shield great re-engage afterwards. They're just lucky not to lose anyone on the back of it.
Yeah, they tried for the hard read with the Nature's Grasp, and it completely misses. At that point, Fat Shield, there is no threat onto him anymore.
I mean, you can't even blame him though. When you think about everything that was happening, you think he's going to go under tower. You think he's going to be, I'm going to go to safety instead of walking in towards the enemy base or the enemy tower, trying to go do it that way. So a bit of a misdirection with Fat Shield playing that very well to get him out to safety. Because we do have the next major objective being up is going to be the ban for both of these teams. This is why we do see the side of Rich Gang being able to push out the waves both top and mid lane. Trying to up a vision line, meaning if Garden Gaming ever try and find an engage, it should mean that Stompy can find that vision done.
We've got a fight in the bottom lane. Broda, again, we see members of Rich Gang being committed to assisting the Irelia. Broda, in fact, says, you know what? No, bro, I'm going to take this one. You've already got 5 kills. You're doing fine.
Exactly, being like, hey, I want to be the J4 from the other game. I want to be super fed. Taking away that second kill, probably not needed. But anyway, after that, we do see Rich Gang. They won't actually get too much of this. Yes, Fat Shield is dead. Yes, it will allow somebody like Sumi in the sideline to really push this out. But there's no real major objective to play for. Still a minute until this until this Infernal Soul. We do expect both of these teams just to fight for vision, maybe try and fight for a tower. But the push on the side of Rich Gaming isn't really that strong. They have no real threat from super far away compared to MKL on the side of Garden Gaming.
Yeah, the long-range engage comes down to Nature's Grasp, which, I mean, you know, you're going to see that coming from quite a long way away. And as long as your warding is at least decent, then how scared do you have to be of the Malphite, really?
I mean, it's difficult to say because you have an immobile carry of Ericsson and MKL. If their flash isn't available, they're instantly going to get knocked up. And with the burst damage coming out from Sumi, I feel like you have to be very scared of their engaged tours. Over on Garden Gaming, I feel like the support of, the AD carry Fruity Fresh isn't really in any danger. It's too much of a front line to really go for this contest. We do see Garden Gaming actually pushing towards this mid lane, getting themselves actually slide up towards this Baron, basically saying to the side of Rich Gang, if they want to go for the dragon, they're allowed to. So we exactly see Broda starting this up, should be able to get this for free, but it's all going to be about if Garden Gaming can find and engage when they know this J4 isn't here.
They're struggling to do that. They're not going to call Rich Gang's bluff on this. They go to clear out the mid lane wave. They are not starting off the Baron, and so Rich Gang, they basically get the Drake for free unless Garden Gaming can run down and find this very quickly. Ericsson will spot this out. Baron around 3,000 health right now. The engage will look to come through Nature's Grasp, but it's Fat Shield who's taking all of the damage. Drake will be secured as Fruity Fresh is able to pick that one up. Broda gets caught up. Bash not able to finish off the kill though as he flashes out to safety. Meanwhile, Sumi and Stumpy off to the side find a very lonely Shiro. Chase will continue. Ericsson, Bash trying to get away. Ericsson will go golden to try and elongate the play. Bash looking for the kill, but he's not able to find it. Low health bars across the board, but Rich Gang stand tall and they lose nobody in the fight.
Yeah, Rich Gang with a great re-engage after that. Garden Gaming, they thought that they knew the exact timing of when to go in. When you have a Malphite going to your face, when you have a Maokai ultimate as well, you just can't move. Meaning that Rich Gang, allowing Sumi to stay alive, will be able to pick up that dragon, pick up the bot lane tower as well. I'm not sure if they want to pick up the Baron because there is 17 seconds up until the jungle is going to be. So instead, they will just take a few of the enemy camps, push out this mid lane as well, maybe pick up another tower as a big win for Rich Gang, as now they have a 4,000 gold lead.
An eruption of gold for them as Garden Gaming possibly overplay their hand. They get strung out and the fight gets broken down into two main chunks, and most importantly, Bash unable to find the reset. Broda flag drag flashes to ensure that he does not die. Stumpy, I mean, he can take damage for days. He's not really going to be all that worried. As you said, he's at 2.5 items completed. And, well, how much actual armor do we have on this Malphite production?
I mean, if I'm thinking logically, probably around 250 to 300, I'm guessing. That's about...
On a Malphite? No, that's more like 400 at this point in the game.
Yeah, I guess it could be 400. I'm so used to playing bard support by now that I know it's just above 300 for me when I'm full build. So I expect maybe 2.5 items to be around there. But all you need to know at home is he's tanky. He's 80% of the damage you deal just negated because it's Malphite. So very difficult to try and one-shot him. But you said before, Bash needs to find these resets, and they're just not finding it. It just feels like they don't have the snap engage they want compared to the side of Rich Gang. They have the J4, they have the Malphite, they have the Irelia to follow up. Compared to Garden Gaming, it really just comes down to Shiro to maybe find a lucky flash W forward with ultimate to get this fight kicked off. And then you need to one-shot someone afterwards. Of course, you've got the AD variant of MKL. Means that isn't really going to work. So you want to do this front-to-back fight. It just feels like Garden Gaming, the longer this game's going, the more difficult it is to really see all the pieces of their team fitted together well.
So it feels a bit to me, and since you're talking about being the Bard mains, I feel like this is one of the games, and I don't say this often, where Celestial Opposition just makes more sense for Shiro. Because if you're the only engage your team has, and, you know, flanks are going to be a big part of your playstyle, having that shield, having that damage reduction is kind of big when you look at the fact that Shiro's health bar, not all that impressive, with just over 2,000 health.
Well, that's the difficult thing, because when you have something like Solstice Slave, you get that little bit of movement speed, you get a little bit of healing when you get some CC down on the enemies. It's just difficult to say because it feels like they just haven't found that staff engage. So hopefully in this next Dragon or Baron fight, we should see it coming out, because they still have MKL stacking up. Already has 2.5 items, most likely going for that Rage Blade next. Means once that starts coming online, if they actually want to go for this front-to-back fight, they have a bigger opportunity to go for. As we see Rich Gang knowing they're in a better advantage compared to the enemies, pushing out these lanes, getting themselves prepped, and doing their due diligence. Take a look to control wards, ward in the enemy jungle, making sure that if they go for this Baron, nobody can see it.
And the remaining blue trinket on this side of Garden Gaming is on Bat Shield, which means now Garden Gaming, they have to walk in blind. There is the ward being put down. They are aware it's going on. It's far too late, Zapdos, as the Baron has already been claimed. Shiro in some trouble, will try and go over the wall, but Broda will follow, and they are locked in a bad spot. Ericsson will go golden. The Pop Blossom is decent, but the follow-him damage isn't there. Fruity Fresh already picking up one as everybody joining into the grinder. Bash looks for the reset again, but the health bars are too high. There is no kill to be found, and Garden Gaming are being raked off of the rift.
Yeah, 20 seconds to the support, 30 for the others. There may be an opportunity to end here. But it's the same thing I talked about again. It just feels like this team is just not cohesively sound in that last fight. MK wasn't able to do anything. Kasumi did a great job of trying to make sure if he ever walked in, he's just going to get queued on and die. And without that poke damage, without that huge engage, even though it did come through halfway through the fight, this feels like they're so far behind they don't have the damage. As when you look at the items coming out from Ericsson, they aren't damage items. They are there to just try and survive these fight. As Garden Gaming will lose 2 inhibitors on the back of this. Actually, one is the mid-range and will not fall. As it feels like Garden Gaming, they need to get something started pretty soon, unless their whole entire base is just going to keep crumbling.
Follow the river.
You can look at the items and it tells you the story of this game. Sumi will be able to pick up Soul Point alongside Broda, but 4 items on the Aurelia, 4 items on the Hui, 3.5 items on the Malphite now as well. And that Jack show, you're never killing this Malphite. Not for the rest of this game, unless you have 5 members beating on him for like 15 seconds flat.
Okay, you have Bork, you have Rageblade, you know, they can probably do it. It's there 15 seconds, maybe 10 if they get lucky with that. You're completely correct.
Oh, lucky that.
Malphite isn't going to be the one to take down, as we see. It's time to try and take out the space. Inhibitor's finally going to go down towards this mid lane. It's all about this last outer tower. Garden Gaming, if they want to try and stand the fight, they have to do it now.
Nature's Grass coming across. Ericsson will be able to use the Shape Splitter to survive, but look at all the damage coming through. Stumpy looking for the backside. Ericsson will go golden, survive for a little bit longer, but Sumi is ripping apart the fight. Bat Shield will survive a moment longer, but the Aurelia is having none of it. It's 3 kills of Nickel again. The sole survivor of the fight will be Rich Gang shoving in. The Aurelia goes very low, but even if he dies, there's the entire rest of his team hitting on toward this base. The Nexus turrets will drop. Rich Gang have done exactly what they needed, Zapdos. They will win the game, and they will lock in first spot in this regular season.
I mean, it just kind of shows their confidence, doesn't it? Absolute confidence coming out from this team. Like, they did their thing early. It was a little bit shaky, but the longer the game went, you just saw the confidence, especially in the mid lane of Sumi. Massive props in this Irelia. Getting that 3-kill lead, even though they saw a 6-1 on Bash. Do you know how many kills he got afterwards? After he got those 6-1 kills, what score do you think Bash finished on? Yep, 0.
He had 6 kills. Yeah, after a very strong early game, Rich Gang were able to completely nullify the Viego. And fantastic work across the board. The carries, Sumi, Fruity Fresh, as always, doing that little bit of spice with the mage picks that we love to see. And why not? It's showing such great success.
And that's the thing about League of Legends, is there's a lot of unique champions to counter someone else. Because we saw MKL. Poor man had to go against an AP bot lane. If you're an AD carry in solo queue is ever good against AP, imagine a Zeph, imagine a Syra. It's just not fun. So MKL not being able to do much into this game, because it's just a good draft coming out from Rich Gang, able to handle themselves ready. And Brackish, it's just exciting to see. Was that your cat?
No. I was going to find my little sign from MSI that says Buff Ziggs on it. I am also that person.
My sign's actually up there. Do you see it? Defy MSI.
I had the one from when I was in the arena, and I wrote Buff Ziggs on it.
Oh, I put I love Jox because
I would like to point out that Ziggs got buffed after MSI in that time period. So I'm not saying. Anyway, that is going to be, as we said, Rich Gang locking in first seed going into playoffs. We are going to throw it to a break, of course, but we will have an interview just after that. Greg coming in to talk about Rich Gang's success throughout the split. We'll be back in a few. Hello, hello, welcome back. We are indeed here for the interview with the victorious Greg of Rich Gang. Hello, hello. Prime specimen of gamer, existing in the dark always.
Yeah.
Doing amazing.
So, I am going to do a slightly, it's like a slightly focused question, just because I'm so curious. What is it like laning with Fruity Fresh with all of his weird mage picks?
I would say it's pretty chill because we just scale. I always look to roam. This game not that good, but always look for roams and enabling mid and jungle. And yeah, I would say pretty chill. Nothing that much happening there.
Fair enough. Hey, I'm a support main myself. I don't care for my AD carry. They can, go away,
Yeah,
farm
fuck them.
up, play the smolder, play anything else. They'll have a wonderful time. However, being a support, we don't care for AD carries. How is it, having a mid laner that got super far ahead? How are you able to play around that with your jungler?
I mean, we always try to play it through him. For example, from side lane, where you saw that in mid game, I think, where we always try to play through Irelia by just moving to her before objective spawning, and then we try to get something in this way. And in team fights, yeah, he's doing his job, and yeah, that's it actually.
Aurelia is pressing buttons. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side of the rift, though, of course, we had Bash on the Viego. Had a very good start to the game, but after getting 6 kills early, you guys were able to basically completely nullify him. Was there anything specific you did to try and shut the Viego down, or was it just business as usual that managed that to happen?
It's more like business as usual, like you said. A classic front to back, where he's not able to play the game. And with poke, and they're not really like a main engage. They have to like Rel flash plus Nico engage to get the kill, and then it's pretty hard to play for Viego. So no blame against him. We just played it how we need to play it, and then we win. Like always, Smiley.
Hey, bit of a team diff. I'm loving the confidence coming out
Yeah.
from you guys, and you clearly deserve it. Rich Gang, securing yourselves top spot, get yourselves in a position to be that first seed going over to those playoffs. And I want to know, of course, you guys will most likely expect yourself to win everything. What do you do to celebrate outside of League of Legends? How are you going to, take the victory of getting first place in Div 2?
I have no idea. For me, I just
lead.
Nice, cool. Like I don't know. I don't celebrate, I guess. It's more like
Actual
a
question.
yeah.
Actual question I'm interested though. Now that you've locked first seed, that means that you're going to be in the first round having, I believe, a little bit of choice and who you go up against. Who would you like to go up against most? Like, who do you think might be the most interesting opponent for you to play against?
Interesting opponent. Nothing really in mind actually. So
maybe he just can't leak anything, Brackish. Maybe
Are
that's
you
why
that
he's saying
much-
nothing's on mine. He just
Are you just that much better that you don't care who you play against?
I mean, actually, yeah, I don't care. It's a team we don't care, basically. That's yeah.
Have you seen
Pretty
the
good.
way they've acted? Rich Gang is the name. The way he's acting here, this team is like, we're clearly better. We don't have to say anything. Look at our names. We are just going to win this all. So, Greg, it's good to see. But of course, this going to be one of your strongest games here. Are you guys, do you have anything spicy prepared for the, the playoffs? Because I'm loving, of course, what Fruity Fresh has been able to
You can
play.
just yes or no this.
Are we expecting more spice?
Spice. I would not say spice. I think it's more like going back to the standard stuff. I mean, you will see that. You will
How
see. You will
standard
see.
can you be when you have Fruity Fresh on your team?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we wanted to play against Sol and Huawei at the same time, but it's kind of hard. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Craig, for coming for the interview. Are there any shout outs you want to do before we let you go?
Shout out always my team, and I shout out always my inner cat. Meow. And yeah, that's it actually. So
somebody clip that.
Please.
Nice one. Thank you very much, Greg. Again, congrats on the win. Congrats on locking in top spot in the regular season. Of course, you got another game to go, but We'll see how that comes down the line. We do have 2 more games coming to you down the line. It won't be myself and Zappos, however. You're going to have the boys, J-Real and Temporal, coming in to bring those to you. So it'll be bye for us, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in with you with 2 more games.
See you guys.
Hello and welcome back to the NLC. Div 2 is heating up. It's the last week, week 8, and this is where decisions are made, where teams solidify their place in playoffs or make sure that they make it or do not make it. You know, who will find out? We'll see in a bit. There's still quite a few teams that are up for grabs and can make it through to the playoffs, but me and Tenbro will be taking you through 2 more games that could decide a few fates.
Yeah, update from production side. There are 10 matches remaining in the tournament. There are some, the way NLC2 works, like some teams still have many, many games to play, and some pretty much wrapping up their season. And we're coming to the end, Gerald. It's been a fun season. We've had our ups and downs. We've had our dramatic explosions. We've had our teams coming through from the RPS and taking over, I was ready with the Rich Gang allegations week 1. You guys came in with an RPS roster and you've dumped them. Joke's on me, they've done it again, and they've had a stellar season. We've had storylines top and bottom, and now it's time to chip away who's going to come 6th, which ekes into playoffs, who's going to come 7th, and they're split a little bit earlier.
And there's some interesting games coming on, right? We're talking about game 1 first, right? As things do go, Ruza taking on Chaos. Now, Chaos not in a solid position. Okay, they are definitely on shaky ground as to whether they can hold on to 6th. They are 6th right now. However, they are hot chased by Unique. There's also a world where I believe Carolina could potentially take that spot as well, maybe even 42. So they are definitely not without contention for that 6th spot. Can they solidify it today against Ruza, who we have seen be very, very strong throughout the rest of the season?
I love the duality of these names. It's like one is a puzzle and one is chaotic, and now both of them have got to interact with each other. We can see the scorelines there. Chaos a little bit further behind, and if you look at the table, it's like they're probably in. Unfortunately, Unique below them do have a game in hand, and that's against G2 tonight. That's likely going to be a win. If we take the scoreboard as reference, some results-based analysis. It's not the best, but we'll send it. It's going to be difficult for Chaos. It's a little bit of a deceptive position, very not safe, as we've alluded to.
Yeah, Ruza, however, if they win right here, right now, they are through. They do not need to worry anymore. They are done. The season might as well be over in terms of the best of ones. They will be going on to playoffs. I believe that they still have 2 more games as well. So they still have a lot of time to secure that one last win, right? So if you are Ruza, I feel like this is a time where, I don't know how you feel about this temporal, but maybe you could try out some different stuff that you haven't played. Maybe you could bring in some elements that you kind of want to practice before playoffs and an official. Or do you feel like actually should say maybe we want to hold some things back and keep it all under wraps?
It's not even the worst to experiment, because as things build, Blue 1 center, absolute shock on this patch. Shocker. Everyone at home gasped quickly. Who could have seen this coming? It's not wrong to try things out here, because even if they're not successful, it's not the finished product. The finished product is what you should be delivering in playoff series. If you're not there, something else has gone wrong in practice, and it's completely fine to send it against a decent opponent here. I think maybe our second Aurelia of the night, if anyone was going to do it, sure, Hatrix is someone to do it, but I doubt we're just going to send that in draft. We're not quite back in 2012.
Yeah, and I feel like Ruza, I will say this, they've been one of my favorite teams to watch, right? Because they are really a mix of just anything that could happen. I feel like Namex, obviously notoriously strong, is able to pilot, but they've, as a team, really worked well and been able to pick up a lot of wins, and they've set themselves up quite well to go well into playoffs as well. And I feel like maybe they're a team that could even get stronger when you add those extra games. So definitely looking forward to seeing more from them, as we do see the pickups here, Kaiser and Malco. Obviously Malco with a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, 3 positions, 3 places. I'm not the biggest fan of a Nautilus pickup here. Sure, it engages in the bot lane. It's Kaiser's best support if the Maokai's going somewhere, Kaiser Nautilus surviving for 30 minutes and then being such a fantastic front to back has been the way of League of Legends. It pains me to say it's coming on 5-6 years now that bot lane has been an absolute force of nature. Yeah. For Ruza, I want to see a jungler here. There we go. That fits the bill. Doesn't have to be traditional. Does have extra support from Namex's center. Hopefully it's farming. We've seen him do great things on the pick, and it's always a surprise when it spikes that little bit nastier. Chaos here. Let's see a mid laner. Let's see something we can set up with 2 bans, because we want to maintain the Maokai flex as deep as possible and devalue Ruse's second phase of bans. There we go. Nice and easy.
And I like it as well. Tristana, right, giving you a lot of extra range. You're playing into 2 ADCs as well, so why not match it with 2 ADCs? And I think that against a lot of mid laners, you kind of pick your poison. You can win against a lot of those AP mages, right? But you also do have a lot of late game scaling, right? The tower taking potential, the split push potential that you could take as well. It really does open up for Chaos to kind of pick other units. I am interested to see what they ban here, though. They've gone for the Karma. What do you think they're kind of looking at? Do you feel like they're kind of taking away mid laners, or do you feel like they maybe should also start thinking about what they want top lane?
I'm actually a bit surprised Chaos banned Karma. Down in the UKL, the 4 nations, we've seen Tristana as an answer to the Karma. I believe it was replicated in LEC, but I don't watch leagues that just slap each other with wet noodles anymore. And frankly, the gameplay here is nearly on par. Which is as much of a praise for these guys as a what on earth is Europe doing at the top. Ari coming away, not a surprise. Attacks range carries against Tristana, some worries, because otherwise you're always got your finger on the W key. I really like Ruza taking out the Gragas here. It's an obnoxious top laner, and we've seen it double down as our nuclear, I think it's fair to say, jungler. Lich Bane in a really great place for junglers right now. You're coming down to Echo, you're coming down to very much weaker junglers if you're trying to balance magic damage. It's likely certified as going the AP long shot Kaiser here. I think Tristana balances the damage profile wonderfully, and Vi gives you that startup, gives you that all-in. Rel, much the same.
And I like the rail still gives you flexibility, right? There is still a little bit of question mark as who's going exactly where. However, obviously with the Nautilus already locked in, I don't think that's really going to kind of affect Ruza's mindset at all. I will say there was also the potential that we could have maybe got something like a Fiddlesticks coming out, right? Maybe a Zac. There are still some strong AP picks. Obviously Evelyn as well, very strong in solo queue. Doesn't necessarily transfer great into the comp, but still on the board, still available, as we are going to see the Misfortune being hovered. That's obviously not going to be true. The Poppy picked up, and that's Poppy top, which is something that I feel like we don't see that often.
Not in the blind, at least. It is a pretty decent draft trap. Nihus can't take Zac. He's going to be thinking about whether the Maokai is worth it. Maokai tends to lose very slowly in this matchup. The jungler can come fix that for you. I would like to see 5th pick jungle, I think. The Maokai also going to the jungle would be fine. What Nihus or Reflect want to do here is very open. I think Reflect's been great on some carries. Okay, right. Mordekaiser is very fair. Not everyone plays it, so that's not one I was going to call out. It's just like JJ, you're new to top lane this season. You've experienced this. You sometimes want to bulldoze the enemy top laner. If they pick too safe, you then pick something that scales, is aggressive, and when it moves, it demands presence. Not necessarily in the way that I'm a tank and I've got Ornal. It's I'm Mordekaiser and I'm here to ruin your day. That's the sort of line Nihus is going to go for. I think with the Rel in the jungle, that 2v2 kind of sucks. That is not Mordekaiser's strength here. You know, it's not going to pair up nicely. Mordekaiser wants to take someone away and ruin their day. Be that one-shotting Kindred, be that getting amp over the Poppy. It's a difficult position to play in competitive, because if Nihus gets ganked twice by Flamey, he's going to be 0-3 very quickly soon after, and it will snowball out of control. It's a very 2014 way of approaching top lane. Mordekaiser, of course, a bot laner then, but it's more traditional, and it's overwhelm or fail.
And I'm not going to lie, I might be new to top lane, but this is one of the picks I played a lot. Mordekaiser is my G. I really like it. I will say I've now transitioned over to the Alawi. Shout out to Jamad for helping me learn that one. And it's a little bit more different, but I will say that Mordekaiser, I do think very strong. My personal favorite matchups were into other tanks, right? Because you just get to play and they don't have the damage to outtake you. But obviously Poppy, not just the normal tank, right? Can become very, very hard to take on, can become very, very damage orientated. So it is a little bit scary if there are some ganks, and obviously Mordekaiser doesn't have any mobility, right? If they are too far pushed up the lane, which can be a strategy to kind of starve out your top laner, you're going to get ganked with Kindred, and that could lead to massive, massive implications for the rest of your team. Looking around the rest of the map, though, I do like this center in the bot lane, right? Obviously, B1, no one's surprised. It's not really that crazy. The Nautilus to pair up with it to give you a little bit of kind of engage option, but also a little bit of protection. it's going to that Maokai and it's going into the Kai'Sa. Do you feel like the Senna is going to just have a pretty chilled out time? Because I know that obviously Kai'Sa with the Nautilus, very aggressive, but with the Maokai, it doesn't feel like it's going to have that same bite.
It's not going to be the ridiculous all-in machine, I think, unless some shenanigans strike at level 2. That's always a way, you know. Maokai's level 2, absolutely filthy. It has earned me much LP and solo queue, because just being able to stage a position on an AD carry, and if you do W the Senna, she can put a shield up. It's too late. You're underneath, and you're pushing her towards your AD. I don't think Nautilus offers a lot of level 2 in that 2v2 situation where Maokai goes first, his aftershock comes up first. It's really difficult to play out.
Well, let's get into the game. We can talk about more lanes, more jungle, but let's get on to the Rift as we kick this one off. Our first game for us tonight. Obviously the third if you've been tuned into the full stream. And we're going to get another Rel jungle, which we saw yesterday on UKEL, just to give that a quick shout out. How are we feeling about it, right? Because I feel like Rel jungle was the rage at one point, right? Everyone was playing it. It was just big. It was amazing. You could kind of have it as support, or you could play it in the jungle. It gave a lot of early presence. Is it still that same animal? Because there has to be a reason why it dropped in popularity.
It is, in a way. Unfortunately, it leaves a lot on the table. It's also why we don't see Maokai jungle that much anymore. It's great to bring that presence, but when something like Xin Zhao, much more popular this season, Rek'Sai post rework, if anyone at home has been playing it, no doubt we'll get a teaser at it with G2 Hell later. They have a very proficient Rek'Sai player. You can do both, and it's not great to leave things on the table. It's not great, Namex, to be out front.
Yeah, Namex gonna get rude here. Does have the cleanse. I think might be able to get away from this with the flash. Gonna be utilized and will be safely out of there. But obviously no flash means a really big target has just been drawn on your back for Reflect.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. I think Reflect should be looking to visit down there in the 2v2 when you do have that extra damage. The Rel not so weak. Hatrix here being cut off from his lane. We'll know this is going on.
I like this a lot. I like the Greenland is just like, yeah, we're gonna get damage on you, Hatrix. Like you're not walking into lane for free. And Ruza, although yes, maybe lost a lot of summoners in that bot lane, gonna make it a little bit tricky for Hatrix to get in there completely free. As we do see both junglers starting on the top side.
Yeah, pathing down bot, not super surprised. We mentioned wave states and conditions top. I think with grubs on the map, this is something we've seen a little bit more. Being able to ping pong on your first base and have a bit more flexibility, it's very valuable. Recent.
Yeah, getting a little engage up. I like that you can play a bit aggressive, right? I think that everyone talks about Senna's late game, but you're still a champion, you know? You can still do a bit of damage. That top side, though, is where I'm really interested, because as we talked about, if Reflect does go there early, maybe it could just snowball this lane unreally so that Turtle can't do much, but then the flip side could occur if we do see Flammy there as well.
Yeah, it'll be dramatic either way. I think it's unlikely. It's like 10% chance we get Nihus versus Turtle and they both like trade a bit and stop. That's very unlikely. One of these characters will push the other over, especially by the time they're level 9. Poppy dropping the hammer. Well, both of them kind of swing the axe, right? That's the mode of play. You're in the little zone, you take some magic damage. We do it again.
Yeah, more hammer champs, please. Right? I like a hammer. It's a lot of fun. I guess some people maybe say, does Mordecai have a mace? Like,
yeah, it is a mace versus a big hammer.
But who knows? Maybe they'll even drop the person who Poppy says the hammer is for. But that's a little bit of lore to add on to the side as we get into this game, right?
Did she get close to 3 minutes? Is it still her granddad? Or the person?
What did they? Wait, they actually named someone for it?
Man, I got this from the Journal of Justice in 2000, and a long time ago. So it may have been retconned. I believe she found an old man, picked up a crown, which was the Demacian crown, and Galio like helped her deliver it.
Well, there you go.
I think Galio has been to the gym a bit more and lost his bitter old ways since then. So who knows?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, new Galio. Very different to old Galio, but shout out to those that remember that old Galio. You know, good ultimate, not a lot else going for them. But at the moment, not a lot has happened on the map, right? We saw a little bit of priority from Reflect onto that bottom Scuttle Crab. It's not going to be the one with the mark, and we do see Nihus starting to move down to try and put a little bit of pressure onto Flammy, but this is going to be a mark easily taken. One off the board straight away, and it feels pretty nice for the Kindred. We do see Reflect just kind of roaming around that mid lane looking for something, but so far nothing to be found.
It's going to arc down to bottom lane, bit deep to go there. Evoc drops to half here. Ooh, a little bit low. This is a bit much.
Yeah, Reflect, they're going to jump straight in here. The dive, it's early on. I don't know if this is going to be the play. Certified also taking a lot of damage here. Might be in range of potentially going down. One more auto could do it. Nice heal. Will keep them alive a little bit longer. But the tower is still putting in a lot of work. And Reflect now also going low, having to flash as well. And it's going to be 3 members having to flash and run. One will finally be picked up by Evoc on a TP. And I think they should just about be able to get out of range. Although almost finding the lightning to crash, but it's not going to be so. But the chase is still there, and I think Cruiser may just about be able to get certified. The wave is slowly pushing. Evoc will have spells, but how much time do you invest into this temporal?
I think delaying as much as possible is much of a benefit, so I don't know why Ruser have gone for this.
Evoc almost giving up their life. Reason will be going down, but it's to Reflect, which isn't going to be too sad. Because back in the top side, we have a scrap in itself. Nihu's trying to scrap with Turtle, and Turtle actually getting the better of this one. Going to force them back and claim the lane.
Yeah, not too sad from Nihu's there. He is teleport in hand, so we'll come back on full. Turtle coming back to lane on around 90% health. Bot lane dive comes through. I think killing the Kaiser as late as possible is fantastic. She's going to get most of that wave here. It's not the biggest win Ruza could have had. Should have ideally delayed. But Reflect was on the way. Snilla was respawning. Getting out of there safely. Not to be underestimated. The dive from Chaos a little early, a little rich, I think. The Rel and Maokai do not offer enough at this stage to complete Kaiser's damage in the dive. And as such, they're chased away. And we'll go nearly 1,000 gold down for their penance.
And Evoc, 2 kills this early on. Like, I can't say
nice.
that I'm a Huey aficionado, but the champion, when a few items in, does start to become a bit of a problem.
He starts to go. He starts to go. He's very much in that Orianna Azir class, where you can just absolutely decimate someone with 1 or 2 well-placed spells. It gets out of hand, and we'll see stuff like this. Like, okay, the minion wave went down to half. That's great, and then we'll see an ultimate with a lightning bolt on top. The champion completely one-shot someone.
Yeah, Severing Bolt, definitely an iconic one from the champion. As at the moment, Chaos, both supports have left, just in the farming lane. So let's move on up a little bit. Think about this dragon, right? It's 6 minutes 50. No one's gone for it just yet. However, Reflect has spent a considerable more amount of time in that bot side than we've seen Flammy, who is now off to pick up their 2nd mark.
Yeah, Flammy definitely wanting to get to 4. You want to stay away from Reflect and Snilla as much as possible as this Kindred. Don't want to get started up upon and have your tools forced out before you can use them to mess with hat tricks or certified. Don't mind the dragon going over here. It is the first one. It is a Chemtech. It's largely low value. What we want to see out of this later on is whether the stacking comes through, whether Chaos can keep this coming, or whether this is just a one-off because the Realm has taken out a lower side jungle and it's efficient to be here.
And Grub's still up as well, so no real tempo shown from Flammy over neutral objectives, just mainly been stacking, mainly been farming, and obviously has built up a small level lead over the side of Reflect. But we see if that is actually going to turn into more soon, as we are going to see Greason go again aggressive. And I do like the Ruza are quite happy playing an aggressive style in the spot lane. They're not just giving Chaos things for free, and they're actually starting to win this trade really hard. Namex taking certified to half HP, and Stiller going even lower. That hook could have potentially been a kill, as Stiller going low. One auto, the flash in as well. Namex does not care. That's going to be one back into Ruza's pocket. And Ruza, you know what? They're starting to give resemblance of picking up a win here.
Yeah, it's a puzzle, to be sure. Excellent presence from Namex and Greason. I think at this stage, before Kaiser has got components, items in, to be able to take that 2v2 with such excellent presence. Senna will fall down later on, especially if this is the AP, LS, man immune through various ability power items, which it looks to be with that early pickup. because later on, Senna has no defense against this. Senna has to play the wave to get not only minions, but the souls, and it will be wave clearing absolutely all the time. Opens her up to those Ws. So while the Kaiser is much weaker, you get in for the 2v2. She can't fight back. Snilla didn't want to come back in there, and Namix is able to show what a farming Senna can do on few components.
And Evoc had a lot of quiet time, really, since those couple kills. Hasn't really had to scrap with hat tricks, which, to be honest, in my opinion, is kind of a good thing, right? Because I feel like Tristana, if you can unlock them and get them around the map and give them that pressure, they can become such a menace. The fact that they're just being controlled in this lane, really, really solid for Ruza, and it's just kind of locking Chaos, in my opinion, out of a lot of gold. Temple.
I think a little bit of the push contributed to them getting Dragon, but you're right, they're not making moves. Tristano is not bashing through plates despite getting the wave in. And that's a pretty big tell. Now, Sniller and Reflect looking to change this, but they're not going to be able to get in. There is not enough damage from Chaos' side to make this happen. Greason might fall in though.
Greason gonna walk in, but he's a tanky boy as well. This fight could go on for a while. We might be watching this for a couple more minutes and it's going to be ended. Greason is just going to walk out, barely losing any HP. And Evoc, yeah, still quite low on the mana, but just able to clear these waves and just buying a lot of time because Reflect waited for a pretty long while and Flammy has just been farming up, keeping themselves afloat. Now almost 30 CS ahead of their opposing jungler. And right now it looks like Nihus could be in big trouble here. Turtle pushing the go button and starting to press on the potential for a kill here. However, Nihus is coming back, a big shield. No utilized. The Turtle able to escape the engagement.
Yeah, a little bit low on mana there. I think one more Q from Turtle would have done it. Shield expiring from Nihus. Big shout out to Greason there in mid. Would have gone much lower. Timed his aftershock with his dredge line very well. Reflects.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. The timing. It's just there. That's Flammy. This should be a kill. Reflect. Goodbye.
A little bit bold. The Kindred in the wings with the rescue party certified now. Also going to try his luck. Wouldn't mind Chaos coming together over this rather than going one by one.
Evoc is going to be caught out here. However, they can play this a little bit slower. Nice from Greason to roam up as well. And it feels like Chaos are now... Well, I guess they're trying to stick to their namestate tempo. They're trying to produce a bit of chaos, but it feels like they're just kind of snatching at straws and not really getting any sort of grip.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slip, I think, in position. The teleport back in from Evoc is timed with the dragon, so as long as he stays healthy, this is completely fine. This is excellent tempo. And I think Ruza just being cool, calm, and controlled. I think they're happy with their Hui scaling. They're happy with where bot lane is right now, winning in the 2 versus 2. And Turtle absolutely dropping the hammer on Nihus. They know they don't have to make moves. The Kaiser takes a long time with this build to come online. We're looking 3 items, 2 starts to get going. It's pretty slow moving. They'll have time at this next dragon. They'll have time to get what they want on the map.
Next dragon, as you said, spawning in 20 seconds. And it was very uncontested in that first one. Chaos picking that one very easily. And I feel like Ruza almost have the complete flip on the map, right? They have the control. I feel like there's no real rebuttal that is available from Chaos. Even though they are only 1k down, the pressure around the map feeling very not in their favor. However, that could change with a good pick. Obviously, we still got to think the Reflect and Snilla very, very capable of starting off a fight for themselves.
It's dangerous. Dangerous position. I think if you say, yeah, let's let the Hui, let's let the Kindred go later on, even though your Kaiser is such a machine, it's a risk.
Here we go. Rue's gonna go in. Greason able to buy a bit of time as we do see Golden Shadows coming out from Alex, and now the tables are turning. This is the damage that we were talking about. 2 already falling down, and as Chaos try to run, they're getting slowed, they're getting stalled out. Can they make it to safety is the question. Reflect going lower and lower, just about gets over the wall, but the flash is there. The spark finishes him off, the severing bolt to cut the final tie.
Namex, such excellent positioning, both in that bot lane 2v2 and this latest fight.
Trix trying to get something back. Greason will go down. So fortunately, finally finding something back for Chaos. But there's so many questions for me, Temporal, right? They watched them take the dragon, then they decide to engage the fight, but they know that they're not at advantage, and they just all stand in the spiraling despair, which is essentially the name of their team fight.
I love the spiraling despair. That's 10 out of 10. I think it was a bit of an odd contest. Late on the ball, low on priority. Should have been let go. We knew it was going to be a soul that isn't Mountain, isn't Kentek, isn't going to toughen you up. And I think when you've got all this all-in engage, even if it is an Infernal or a Hextech soul, so what? You're going to try and blow up Namex or Evoc. Before the fight gets going, you're going to try and evade Flammy's invincibility. Should be more relaxed here from Chaos if you're going to take the line. If they are feeling the tension of a scaling Kindred, a scaling Quay, and the center coming up, and don't get me wrong, they should be, they've got to plan ahead. They can't just last minute this.
Yeah, because we say you might be fearing the scaling Eva. It's coming faster than people think because it's 5-0 right now. 1 item completed. The ramp is here.
Yeah, we're speeding up. Accelerators on. While the second set of Woodbridge did not go down, this Rift Herald will go a long way to either moving Flammy around. I don't know, JRL, have you got your driver's license yet?
Oh yeah, for years.
Oh no, I mean, have you gone lane to lane?
Wait.
In the Rift, how is your Rift Herald driving?
My Rift Herald driving is pretty good. I used to play Nunu, so you kind of learn the necessary skills.
It's aware.
Yeah, I was drifting on the Rift before Herald even came out, so it's a skill that I've been able to acquire. But we'll see if any of these players manage to have it as well. Certified going to be locked down, does manage to obey for a little bit longer, but there is the ultimate goodbye, says Namex, and now Snilla, you're going to face the same fate as your ADC.
Chaos's new support, first time on stream. Sorry, Snilla. Dropped in a fantastic pickoff from the Ruza bot lane. Once again, they lead. They generate more advantage. Push forwards. I think, like, the timing there, the center ultimate coming in when Certified could no longer move, the start of the play also being chain CC. Just shows Ruza confident in what these champions can do, in their ability with the center Nautilus lane. I wasn't convinced how to draft JRL. I think if they did get going in the 2v2, this Kaiser would be the superior pickup, would be time to play for. That's Nihu's ulting, Turtle.
Ooh. That's a really nice. I like that play actually a lot. And Turtle seemingly has to walk away. Steadfast presence used. Yes, will take quite a bit of damage, but Hatrix cannot follow at the moment. And now here
it's
comes
the rest of Ruza.
Here's Flammy, and hello Chaos. You are now in trouble. They are going to get rooted up. Hatrix should be falling pretty swiftly here. One water will do it, and Nihu's in the spiraling despair, going to be dispatched of. And I've got to go back to the game plan, Temporal. We talked about Nihu's on this board being potentially a massive threat. There's been no play towards the top side.
We said overwhelm or nothing at all, and I'm afraid Nihu's outside of a bit of a utility ult there. So far it's been nothing at all. Poppy's ability, I think, to not go down in a 1v1. There is actually an Eclipse built, which we can, talk about in a second. But yeah, the Bruiser, tank, Hammer Swinger herself, not going down at low health. It's given her multiple good trades. She hasn't taken much poke. And I think able to turn the damage round onto the Mordekaiser that actually sticks, who hasn't got any spell vamp yet, has gone Rhyalized, which is the lane position all certified, man. It's not looking good.
What is going on?
Namex's ult is up in 5 seconds. He can do it. He can pop it.
The damage is unreal, man.
Oh, you can't stay here.
2 items.
You can't stay here.
Here we go.
No.
Here we go. Here we go. The O is coming up. Is it gonna be a good time? Reflect. Gonna step forward, gonna cause a little bit of problems for Namex, but actually, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just another gifted kill, because at the moment, this team is just taking anything that they want. And we talked about the driving, that almost didn't go too well, but a nice U-turn into the crash will set up for the mid tower to go down. Well piloted Evoc, and now the little minion's gonna start charging towards the tier 2, which might actually be in trouble, because here we go, round number 2, close to the wall. We're not gonna be able to crash, and will smash into that tier 2 tower. That is going to be another tower, unless Chaos has something to say about it. Now stepping forward with the damage, and they turn around, but here, the massive ultimates coming through, absolutely massive, and despite buying a bit of time for Flammy as the rest of the team charge forward, nearly the only one left. News is gonna go down. And that is another one fight for Ruza, and it feels almost relaxed from Ruza.
We saw what could have been there for a moment for Chaos. I think Nihu's coming forwards, a massive drag back with Mordekaiser's for set up, and it was like a 3-man Malphite ultimate, maybe a preview of the new Skarner ultimate becoming competitive. It was fantastic. It was brutal. It was set up fantastically for Chaos. Unfortunately, they're really far behind. Namex restored the position at the back of the fight, and Senna's front to back is absolutely nasty in a neutral, and right now, more than enough to blast through Chaos's health bars, despite them having a greater position at the start of the fight.
Yeah, it's just a tough time, man. Like, I feel like we look at the gold, it's 7k ahead at 19 minutes. That doesn't normally spell a good sign for the losing team, but it's also just the way they're able to play these fights. It's so difficult for Chaos to get in on these team fights because Evo, who is the most fed on the team of Ruza, is just able to drop that ulti and then stun or fear or just do AoE damage, and there isn't really much you can do about it. If you're Chaos, you don't have the burst ability to just kind of wipe them off the map, and Temporal, it just makes me question how they're going to be able to play these fights. I like that they're going for something a bit different here with the split push.
Yeah, I would have said, you know, you can go to a split push. You can only really play 2 lanes. Hatrix and Certified, able to farm. I think Nihus at this stage would be a victim in the side. I was about to say, what's the last time you went fishing? Because it looked like Chaos were really trying to draw someone in there. Instead, left running once again, and they're sending Nihus down to this bottom lane that he likely won't survive. A bit of a head scratcher. I don't want to see him down there against the Poppy 1v1 till the Omnivamp has come through. Till the Rift Maker is complete, and that is not just yet.
This is well played from Toto. A lot of damage landing onto this Mordekaiser. Yes, has a big shield. We're going to have to use it to get that heal off. And now, actually, if Toto wants to make that play, it could go his way. As right now, we're seeing a little bit of rotation come out from Chaos, but Temporal just feels like they are having to play kind of scared. Yeah, stuck is a good word.
Like, Certified taking nearly 20% there, just off a Q, off a minion. Namex in complete control in this mid wave. Look at what they've done with the priority. Ruza have moved into the jungle. Chaos in a losing position in bot lane, top lane, and Namex probably going to put his ult up, as I think in the top lane. Evok fishing. Hatrix thinking about it. Not quite going to drop the Nature's Grasp. Namex was seen on a wave there. That's Chaos hesitating once again, and maybe a sign that they're not ready for a 3v4.
The Baron is on the table as well. Reflect, having to be so cautious because Flammy, although we haven't really talked about the jungler much, is still quite powerful in this game. Massively,
if we could toggle the gold on, 180 gold on par with his laners. That's a 2,500 gold lead over Reflect, who, while has been, you know, on a tankier champion, hasn't made the moves, hasn't been able to get things in. Turtle delaying nicely here. Nihus won't quite go down. That's not the play.
That play said it all right there. Like the fact that Nihus had Turtle in the ult, Flammy was just chilling. You know, he was just farming it up. He wasn't pressed. He wasn't scared about getting to his top laner's side. He knew it was going to be fine. And that's just the energy the Ruza have had. It feels like the whole game. They've just been relaxed. They've just been able to play their game, and it's gone off flawlessly for them. And they are just going through the motions right now. It feels like they're just going to set these waves up, maybe go for Baron, and then just slowly take the game into their hands.
It's looking confident. And with playoffs not too far away, that's a pretty big deal. Looks like they'd spoken about the fight. They were like, you know, they're going to try this. They're going to dive bot. Ruza have just been able to weather any chaos that's been thrown their way. I think if we look down the item chart very quickly, we are a few breakpoints away. Senna with some more souls, I believe we're approaching the 90 mark, will absolutely start to decimate people. On 3, Quay, we're nearly at death cap, or Shadow Flame, both of which will tip him over the edge. And the reason I brought it to items, League's potentially most boring outlook, is Turtle is finally going down.
I don't know if he
Oh,
is.
come on. Oh, no. It's a disaster. True.
And that is a home run. Ding, 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 ding.
That jump was so unnecessary.
Oh, my
Look at him.
days.
Look at him run away in his little shell. Look at him get out of there. What a guy.
You love to see it, man. You love to see it.
So where we were going with items is Chaos is getting there. They were very, very close to some big completions. Nihus has finally got himself. Finally. Some Omnivamp, so we'll be able to stick a little bit better. Evok goes to half because Certified has finished Luden's companion and will start as this Kaiser to be a bit of an artillery machine. This is the hope. This is what Chaos have been holding on for. We'll have to see how they can use it. The Man Immune finished will pump out a lot of damage once it's Rabadon's death cap next.
But they need it. They need something because we've been talking time and time again about
That's
how
the Senna pattern. Up on the wave. Senna has to play on the wave. Lost a third of her health there just because Kaiser exists. We're a lot of rinsing and repeating is away. That's what was in Chaos's mind at the start of this game.
And Ruta just going to go straight towards this dragon. This should be an easy claim for them. As Nihu's now finally on the same side of the objective, but not going to get involved here. Just going to go back to their lane, and they swapped it up. Hatrick's now the one going to be taking on Turtle.
Yeah, a slight cross now. Turtle will do a lot of damage right now. Has gone for this under a second as well. So that's a lot of in-combat healing and a reasonable spike of damage. Will be interesting. I think Hatrick's probably just going to try and get a stronger lane position, draw people up here away from the bot lane tower. That's become a bit of a micro objective. Apparently the only objective on the map right now. So this is a bit of an opportunistic play from Ruza.
4 versus 3 as well, so you have to be careful.
Oh no, he's got him!
Careful! There's the stick against the wall. You can't jump away. Tricks living for a split second, but the flash follows and Turtle will pick up the kill. And we said Poppy isn't just like the other tanks. They are different. They build damage and they snap.
She's doing absolute wonders. There's only a Balmy Cinder to boost those tank stats. And we saw a little disrespect from Hatrix there. Fantastic presence from Turtle for the upfront. So unchainable. Death has presence. And then you just can't get away. It's functionally Malzahar ult. While the flash comes through, Hatrix not getting away. Not able to teleport to this Baron.
And right now we do see a lot of fighting over this wall right now. Reason holding them at bay and just setting them up for skills to be landed. They've already killed off the Maokai, and he who's now trying to get in there, trying to scrap it out as Reflect waiting their turn, seeing if they can get over this wall. Yes, Certified might be able to throw out these W's, get a bit of damage down, and Evok will be taking the brunt of that, but is it going to be enough as Nihu's getting removed themselves? Hatrix is back as Flammy jumping over the wall. They said, okay, we can't do the Baron with this pressure. We're going to have to set for the engage. They don't manage to get a clean engage. They kill off one more, but it may still not be Baron on the cards for them. And Certified still able to pump out a lot of damage, so they have to be careful.
So low in the back line. Now it doesn't have ult. There is no long range outside of the play. Certified adjusting angles
very low. Hatrix going to be able to trade back though, and that's the jungler gone. No Flammy means no Baron to the side of Ruza. And even the Reflect has fallen, as you said, it's not going to be on the cards. So, Chaos managed to hold out a little bit longer. Is this denying enough, though, Temporal, or are we still a little bit worried about Chaos's potential?
Oh, very much worried. They just lost a 5v6. So Ruza, you know, they show up to Baron. 5 people start that one off. They're in a great position. They do this front to back. All the while, Baron is wailing away, in addition to 5 members of Chaos. Certified adjusting angles, going for these snipes from downtown. It's still not enough to get Ruza into a losing position. That is a winning fight while tanking an objective, while drawing Chaos towards you. In League of Legends, that's such a huge advantage to be able to say, we're going to do this unless you fight us. And even when you fight us, we're going ahead on gold and takedowns.
Ruza now. It feels like they're setting up again for the Baron. I think they can just take their time with it. As we've said, they're just going to keep farming. 3 people, haven't even died from the side of Ruza. So let's remember that one.
Yeah.
And they're just going to go straight back to that Baron. And it is going to be a call for Chaos to try and play against them. Nihus does have that TP, but it's going to decide to walk up instead. So they are going to start to push towards the entry. Reason being forced back there. They're still holding their position strong, and Reflect looking for that potential jump in. But here we go. Nihus going to be jumping in this time. Taking Greason into the Shadow Realm, but will they be able to come out successfully? Because right now they're in between the whole team of Ruza. That is not where you want to be if you're the Mordekaiser. Good night to them. And now left Chaos at 4 versus 5 around this Baron.
It's a bit of a stuffed position. A stuffed position? Wow, I tried to say 3 words at once there. A struggle for Nihus, I think, is the most powerful one. Even though that's the position you want as the Mordekaiser. You want to go in the front, deal a bunch of damage to everyone, lock someone off. Chaos not able to come over the top. I think at this stage, unless Namex is removed, the healing and the position of the tankier members of Ruza is enough to hold Certified back. Something that this Kaiser shouldn't have to overcome. She should be dealing, you know, a third of health bars per W. And I think if Certified catches Evoc on Namix, it is happening. But the vision game is enough, and he's not getting multiple shots in a row.
It's just a lot to kind of hang all your hopes on, in my opinion. Like, just saying, okay, you know what, we're going to be able to get it by this repeated shot. It just feels like maybe a little bit short-sighted from Chaos, and I feel like there could be other ways to get back into this, but obviously it's just going to take a lot of time, and this could be the start of something good. Turtle is in a bit of trouble. Will use Peter's verdict to knock away the Rel, and now actually starting to turn the tables a little bit on hat-tricks. Does get quite a bit of damage, and with the Dawning Shadows, it's absolutely enough. Nihu's now joining the fight, should be able to pick up at least one, surely, but not even happening just yet. Again, Turtle survives, and Nihu's has to just run away.
Poppy is so tanky in the bottom of her health bar. The EHP goes through the roof as she goes low. With a fantastic Bopway, Reflect not able to continue the play. More teleports back out. It's Turtle returning to the battlefield, and now Chaos are in a 4v5 without their captain mid laner.
Without their mid laner, and maybe without their top laner or support, because they're getting absolutely shredded right now. Goodbye to Snilla. Reflect is still just waiting around this pit, looking for potential to jump in, but the team is falling around them, and now they are the ones on the chopping block, stunned against the wall, grabbed back, and they are just praying that Certify can do enough. It's not going to be so. Baron will be taken, and Reflect will fall. Another nail to the coffin. I don't know how many more we need, Temple.
I think that last one there, Certified getting hunted down. Namix wrapping around the mid lane to ensure an ace from Ruza. Delayed it maybe. Hat-tricks off in the side lane. He's going to have his work cut out for him under his Nexus towers as Ruza barrel towards the base.
They're heading for the win. 2 towers, and the Nexus is all that stands in their way. Stiller and Hat-tricks might try and hold the line back, but look at the damage. The stun against the wall, the force away, and the kill onto Snilla. It is just all Ruza's day, and they will pick up this one. To be honest, Nepal, really no major problems.
I don't think there was a moment there where I thought, oh, Chaos have done the thing they wanted to do. There were a few like hanging on moments as Certified just finished his third item, which is the Crypt Bloom, which is the actual third item in that build. As the Nexus falls, I feel like lots of hopes and dreams were banked on this Kaiser, and she wasn't given time to run. I don't think she was given enough space, and I think the Tristana mid maybe wasn't the bridge that Chaos wanted it to be. So Chaos still in a difficult position in the table, as we highlighted. And Ruza, I believe that's you into playoffs. Well secured and locked.
Yeah, they are solidified in their position. They have made it up there. I believe Guardian Gaming have also almost made their play into the playoffs as well. So we'll see if that does influence anything at all. But at the same time, Ruza, I feel like they're just a team where on a good day, they could absolutely dismantle everyone. But it's about working on those bad days. And obviously, we're not going to see it just here. It was a very clean game against Chaos. It does beg the question of how Chaos are going to do, because now they're going to be a little bit scared, because the next game is going to be a big one for them. But Temporal, we're going to take a little break. We're going to have a breather. We're going to have a think. And when we come back, we're going to have Turtle for an interview. Hello and welcome back to the NLC Div 2. I may have made a small adjustment actually. We're not getting Turtle, we are getting Flammy instead. So let's bring them in for the interview. Welcome in Flammy, the Kindred player. And I feel like you've got to be pretty happy. I've got to ask you, were you maybe a little bit snooze fest in this game? Because I feel like your team just kind of made everything happen and you were just kind of running around like, yeah, let's go get him, guys, you know?
Yeah, I really it was pretty fun because I felt like I gonna have so much to do in the game. At the first, I was like kind of shaking playing the champion because we didn't practice it at all. I mean, I just love it.
Yeah.
But after all, it was like me collecting the camp. I was pretty surprised that the Rel didn't even commit to them. They almost lost every lane, solo lanes, and I was just able to farm, nothing more.
On that note, so the Kindred not practice, I'm going to throw my question out the window. Is Turtle just that much of an enjoyer of lettuce and tomatoes? Like, is he crunching down right now? Is he getting his post-game snack in? Like, is he doing okay?
I think so. I mean, he got to play Poppy, so right now he's probably really, really happy. And this guy is a pizza lover, so for sure today's evening is pizza day.
Powerful.
I gotta ask. I gotta go in there. Like, we spoke to Namex a couple of weeks ago, right? And he was like, "Yeah, we're basically gonna just win. You know, like we're very confident that we can go in at first." Are you guys still feeling that? Obviously, not the most insane regular season, right? I believe you're 10-6 at the moment, but are you feeling that you're still scaling? You're still gonna be looking better in those playoffs, and maybe actually the one game format doesn't even suit you as best as maybe the other multi-game formats will.
I mean, about the playoffs, it's really rough to say. I think we are really good prepared for that. We are for sure we are looking forward. I think we can place like really well, like one of the highest. But I mean, it's really hard to say. I think we are looking good. We might look even better, but I don't like to assume that. It's kind of hard.
Okay, respectable.
So from my point of view, I think Chaos's game plan hinged on Hatrix being a very experienced, very good Tristana. Without giving us all the sauce, because playoffs is around the corner, and we like the sauce in playoffs. It leads to deep runs and, you know, playoffs and championships and qualifications. What was sort of the game plan here? How confident were you from level 1? Because when it came to like level 11, level 12s across the map, it kind of looked over, and you guys kind of looked smooth with it. Was that the case from get-go?
I mean, we know that they gotta play about the hat tricks, so what we had to do is like call whenever they are moving to him. We knew that we couldn't really fight on the middle, so that was like the hardest part. I guess it was really good that we get the lead on the bot lane because I am not sure what happened there. I saw that my team
little bit of 2v2.
Yeah, like my team totally smurfed that, so that led us the easy game after all. But what was our game plan? So pretty much we wanted to get to the late game. We wanted to outscale them. I knew that, of course, I gotta be stronger than Rel in the jungle. I gotta be like few levels ahead. So after all, it would be hard for Tristana to just jump on us. We had my ult. We had like really good disengage. So yeah.
Nice one.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you guys are in a pretty good space. You apparently have just got paranoid, so it's a good time to call the interview there. And the last kind of moment, Flammy, is there anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you say hi to or give any like comments towards?
I think I would do that to my real friends because they are always watching my games. So hello to everyone from them. I don't want to share like nicknames, but everyone who is like watching me, who's like being a fan of our little organization, then it's hi to you guys.
We see you.
Very, very nice. Indeed, yeah. Shout out to you guys in chat that are supporting the friends. But yeah, thank you very much, Flammy. Great game from them. Really strong performance from Ruta once again, and they take themselves through to playoffs. So a little bit of a happy ending for them on the start of this stream. But Temporal, we still have one more game left. G2 Hell versus Unique. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, that's what will be on your screen. And we have had the breaks. Now it's time for the high stakes. Unique need to come through with a big win here, right? We talked about some numbers in the green room. Chaos, they got one game left. They're 7-9. Unique are 6-9 with 3 games left. If Unique can win 2 games, they might have assured themselves victory, right? This is going to be a big one for them to take on G2 Hell today. G2 Hell obviously haven't had the best season so far, but this could be a time for them to play a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, spoiler at the last minute. Why not? I think when you have had a tough season like G2 Hell, it's best to go for mini objectives. You know, the league table no longer matters, but maybe you want to execute a strategy in a game and like smooth out a curve, because then you can take that with you and you can take that practice. You might try some new compositions. It looks like something you've shown me through the match history. They've tried a lot of compositions. Maybe try and build some mastery on something in official games instead. Maybe just look to upset. Maybe look to overcome. They can play spoiler for Unique here. Chaos's last game is up against Rich Gang, the richest of the gangs at the top of the leaderboards, the hardest opponent in theory. I think they still look really, really strong, and dropping games not really their style. So it will be tense either way.
Yeah, and Unique, they still have some tough games as well, right? They have to play against Garden Gaming, I believe, in 2 days. And tomorrow, I believe that they are taking on K5, who, although at the moment very low on the scoreboard, are playing a lot of games this week. So we don't really know how strong they are at the moment. I'll be honest, it's very unknown because they haven't played a lot of games. So they might be
6 games
popping off. Yeah, they got 6
on,
games
on Wednesday. Is just K5.
Yeah, they
everyone
are
versus
back to
K5.
back. Yeah, if you like K5 and we're streaming tomorrow, you better be there, because that is all you will get. You will only get K5 content versus other teams. But back to this matchup, right? Unique versus G2. I feel like Unique were one of the teams that we kind of talked about having this just weird moment halfway through the season where they found themselves. You know, I don't know if they like flew to Thailand or something and then discovered themselves, but they really did it, right? They found their identity, they became a bit of a force, and then I feel like they've kind of slipped off because everyone else did the same. So I am still interested as to where Unique kind of sit. Obviously, they do have a little prestige so far, and obviously on paper should be winning against G2, but I'm looking for that kind of potential upset. Does the pressure even get to them temporal? You know, it's a big game day for them.
I think you can't let it get to you. You just got to stay like head in the game, not let the big picture distract you. It is just game by game, point by point. There is nothing more to it. You know, you got to lean on backroom staff if there is more to it, if there is a curve to be followed, if there is little strategies to not burden the players with it. Synapse is going away on B1. Absolute shocker. A very irritating prospect to face up against, particularly as we highlighted. Lizia is that tankier player, and Yuda likes to be a menace up against those matchups. So we might be also seeing Maokai presence for Unique. Never mind, G2 have read that as well. Unique are avoiding lane smash in the bottom lane. Smolder, Senna, Smolder, there he goes, is on that hit list. Kalista, the 2v2 queen, already removed.
Yeah, I think that banning out Kalista is not surprising against G2 Hell. I think she has, for a long time in G2 Hell's history, just been that carry. And it's just pretty fair. And also, you talked about it in the last game. Rek'Sai being good. Sheena plays it a lot. Don't put 1 and 1 together to make 2. Take that away and don't allow them to do some quick maths. So, with that being said, Ari going to be picked up early. Obviously, quite a safe jump to be one.
Why? Senna is open.
Not anymore.
Like, just give it to Unique. Just give it away. Why not? I think if you do these like 3 precision bans, how on earth does the first red rotation read Senna Volibear? What am I watching? That is a drop and a half.
Volibear, not as strong as he was 1 patch ago, I believe.
Ew.
But still very strong, still very, very powerful, and definitely can do a lot of work. Could even still go into the top side as well, but we'll see how they do decide to pair up against it. Sheena going to get that by early game prowess, and the Aphelios also brought through 200 years to make it. It can sometimes be a little bit tricky to pilot.
I don't mind the Aphelios so much following the Kalista ban. I think Aphelios in the blind was tried earlier on this season by a bunch of people all across the world. Kalista holds an 80% win rate against it. She's been removed, so you can dip down and try and curve under. I think the Tom Kench coming in is a pretty reasonable attack on the Aphelios. Can no longer be paired up with, and we could be leaning into a Cogmore. Wouldn't mind G2 Hell taking away some of the other hyperscalers that we've seen come through to attack Smolder, because they do much the same to Aphelios.
Yeah, I really do quite like this Tom Kench. You know, I think it has its place. It has its moment, especially in that bot lane. You know, everyone loves to play with that center. And now we're starting to see those bans come through, right? The Brom being removed. We're also seeing the Nico. Do you feel like kind of targeting bot lane fits the best for Unique?
Yes, you still got to go deeper. Ken's still vulnerable. I pulled a blank. G2 don't want to ban hyperscalers. The center's already in. She's gone. She's away. You maybe want to take out control mages in mid, because we've seen like a nice concrete front to back Amelia would have been great. Now it's gone. Excellent read from Unique. Front to back will be the name of the game. Ari can start that. Vi can start that. Aphelios will really enjoy it. Syndra will rip it apart. Azir not currently in the competitive pool, not allowed to be picked. So that's a champion we don't have to worry about. Orianna banned the way. I think Orianna is the weakest of the lot, but maybe it's what Xylence would have gone towards.
Yeah, so the hover there. You're saying Syndra could come through, potentially be a menace. What about
Well,
Wei?
also,
We saw
yeah.
it pretty crazily in the last game.
Yeah, when you're doing that front to back, just having such excellent range, being away, trusting your volleyback, Tom Kench front line to get it through, it's completely fine. I think in the 2v2, it's very much Unique favored unless Ari absolutely starts to smash through this game. Looking across the rest of the map, we got a tank to pick and we've got a support to complete. I'd love a Thresh here. I think G2 Hell need that flexibility because the rest of their comp will be lacking if they do not get that going in the front to back. Cassante is a very independent unit. Red 5 coming through from Synapse will attack it somewhat in lane. I think Gwen is open and probably the easiest opportunity for that 1v1. It's got to be a support here that fulfills Aphelios' fantasy of having a support cradle him through this front to back, through this huge team fight, but offers a bit more flexibility. Lulu in the 2v2 has been fine recently. I think it might not be enough. I don't think Unique need to dive onto a Wild Grove to complete their fight.
I'm maybe thinking of the wrong player, but did Synapse used to play Yorick at all? Is that like a thing?
He was
play?
It was a Nocturne play. He has showed up a little bit with the kooky picks, the weird stuff. I think Yorick might have been 1 or 2 games. I like the Nah. I think it gives Cassante a little bit of trouble because Nah succeeds in doing against Cassante what Cassante wants to do to others. He wants to 1v1 you a bit. He wants to go win a team fight over there. He wants to come back. He just wants to be an unstoppable force around the map, teleporting in, causing trouble.
Well, they've locked them in. They've got the comps. It feels like you're saying Unique having the better comp so far, right? Which I get. It's quite easy to execute. It scales well. It has a lot of power picks. The Volibear, the Senna, the Hwei, all doing a lot of things. I do think the G2 have gone for a little bit of an old meta pick. I feel like had this been
very traditional.
Had this been like last season, I feel like this would have been the meta comp. However, does it transfer super well now? I guess comfort also does play a big role into it. I do think these are champions that these players do play a lot. So maybe Temporal, this is kind of their safe space. This is the one that they go for. They go for the stuff that they know. They go for the stuff that they like to play. And maybe that can be the difference maker.
It will still be an uphill fight, and they're going to have to leverage that comfort and that matchup knowledge really well. Otherwise, they will still find themselves with a brutal task to overcome. I think if Ari reaches Hwei reliably, then we've seen an absolute shift out of G2's mid-jungle duo. It's a lot to do. It's possible. So I don't want to take it away from them just yet. And it will be on them to generate those like player-specific performances if they are to win this game.
No Castle in the game, but is there a clock, right? Are G2 on a bit of a clock with that Senna, with that Hwei also online? Do they need to end this game in a certain time, or are actually they capable of scaling themselves with that Aphelios?
I think with the Aphelios, there'll always be that risk. But I think as Hwei crests 3 items, like we saw last game, it's going to be too much for Cassante to walk forwards, for Aphelios to even be in auto attack range, just because Hwei commands such a large zone of control by not casting your longer range spells, like free firing. If you're keeping the big cooldowns for connection with Volibear CC, for connection with the Gnar ultimate to just have a huge cataclysm. It'll be like Orianna Shockwave over the top, but it'll be 3 spells rapidly out from the Aphelios and it'll spell doom.
Okay. Okay, that's a lot to think about in those team fights. We're going to get into the game, though. Let's not waste any time. Let's send it straight to the Rift to see if G2 can cause a bit of a shift in this playoffs race. So with that being said, let's throw themselves in and let's see if Unique can secure another win to try and take themselves onto that last spot.
It is the task. It is the trouble in this game. And as we get slowly started, a reminder at least that Hui does take a while to get going. The center does appear to be fasting, so there will be a different curve, less aggressive on the spike, but stronger in the late game from Holmberg. So we're probably not going to see some tragic 2v2 fallout like we saw last game with Namex taking the lead.
Yeah.
In that bottom side, unlikely to happen.
That was tough.
Interesting. Yeah, it was dead tough. It was hard.
When a center gets ahead early, it's rough. It's because you can feel it. You can feel that it's just not getting easier. And yeah, we'll see if that one happens here. Obviously, as you said, slower start will be a little bit nicer. G2, I feel like really need to snatch this early game. They need to take away the early stages. Right now, we are seeing a little bit of walking around, a little bit of deep vision being set. Where do you want junglers to start, Temporal?
I think the Vi matters a lot more than the Volibear. I think if I'm Unique and I'm setting up for the perfect 5 minutes, I'm starting Volibear at Wolves to do the auto grub path. This lets you do a full clear twice, arrives at the grubs at level 5 at 5 minutes. It is fragile, so as soon as you move, it can't be done anymore. You arrive at level 4, you arrive a bit late. Health is dropping down here to 300 health. Bit of a risk.
That's tough. Fortunately, he has Severin, so we'll be able to get a little bit of healing back. But yeah, never nice to start lane with a massive chunk of your health pool missing, as we are going to see a little bit more potential play from Kanski, but not going to get anything else. So Lysia playing a champion that I feel like we haven't seen loads of recently. I feel like Cassante really fell off. I talked about Rel maybe losing their touch. Has Cassante also kind of lost their grace?
A bit similar. I think Cassante received so many tier 1 balance changes, particularly looking at LCK and LPL, where he was just slotted into every draft at the end of last year where he could possibly fit. I think he's still really good and competitive. I think you need to be more mindful of what he offers rather than just, oh, we're not sure, let's lock the Cassante in, like Nara of yesteryear, where it is just like the archetypal top laner. Not so much anymore. Now does need to at least have potential to wombo combo through a team fight. LC adds a lot less.
We'll see if Lysia can get that one going. Nice shot there on the bot side from G2. Will push Senna under, make it a little bit harder. Kanski to farm up, but that Volibear is starting to loom, and both junglers making it down to the bot side. Are you favouring either early kind of combat setup? I feel like surely it has to be G2.
I like, so Volibear in combat, much stronger. The surprise factor from Vi is what defines her early game. I think if you get a flash out or you inject your own flash into a mid 2v2 or a surprise gank, the pick is so valuable in just being able to mess with even long range carries. It's something we'll keep an eye on as the Vi does finish. Sheena getting through the first set, pings down onto the crab. Gallop also about to arrive off the blue buff. This will be some fight, and G2 have priority in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Gallop there quite a little bit earlier though. We'll be able to spite that, but is there a fight after? It looks like Sheena potentially looking for it, but Shah not really able to add too much to this fight, and Silence just able to get quite a bit of damage off. But the way being shoved does mean the Herald, sorry, the crab could be G2's, although decided against it.
I'm not sure where Sheen is going right now. Pings that they're wrapping around bot lane will have been spotted by that blue ward in the river, and once again on Tribush. So what is a deep gank might be reversed onto Sheena.
Yeah, they know a little bit too early, and Sheena going to be forced out, which just means that Gallop is going to pick up that farm lead, going to be able to get both Scuttle Crabs and go back to farming.
Not much of an early game play there. Synapse takes 2 tower shots for his trouble, is very low. Lisa ghosts forwards.
Easier, starting to step up. Maybe the knockback not going to come through, and the stun, I think, will have sealed the escape for Synapse. So almost having a little bit of potential here, but not going to get the solo just yet. Obviously, level 6 does spike quite nicely for Cassante. And the question for me really is kind of how much does Sheena have to do early? Because I see a lot of Vice Sephiroth do early game. Do they fall off as hard as I'm thinking?
With the current item set, I feel they do. Sheena there will be spotted out on the grabs, but gets the first Void Grub through. Gallup a little bit upset, going to cancel his base. I think if Vi is not tanky enough to get multiple Qs off in late game fights, then we're talking about falling off, even if the threat of assassination is present. You don't have the ability to play through the fight. You don't have the ability to demand CC from your enemies. We'll keep an eye out. Interested which way Sheena's going to go. Probably thinking it's going to be Sunder into some more tanky items. We'll keep an eye out.
Also, I love that Gallup is playing Volibear, by the way, because one of my favorite animal facts is that bears actually run as fast as horses. So, yeah, very fitting for the thing. Which also makes me think why he's not as fast as Hecarim, but that's another conversation.
I mean, you know, August, if you're out there, you've heard. You've heard the truth.
That's the fact.
I need you to deliver the truth to me, as opposed to Hecarim and Volibear Enjoyer. I need this.
But I will say, if Volibear Q is as fast as Hecarim Devastating Charge, I feel like the rift is not safe. You know?
Absolutely.
that is a champ right there. If Volibear does get that buff, but right now Volibear showing that he doesn't have that speed, running into lane, but not going to be able to catch up with the bot lane of G2.
Yeah, very quickly, I want to shout out G2's bot lane wave management, not just in the last few seconds, but we had a clip as we came up to that mid fight where Colombi, Synapse is thinking about it, should have the move speed to get out there. Colombo managed to hold the bot wave with the Lulu dancing in and out of the bush, and it did secure them an economic advantage. I think the Tahm Kench's caught up a little bit with that wave coming in, but the G2 bot lane min-maxing down there, doing everything they can. That's worth shouting out. That is a win for the Aphelios, because when you talk about these scaling picks, it's like, everyone's got to wait a few minutes. Not really. You have to secure that much gold, that many minions, and eking out every bit out of the early game goes that bit further when the reward is so large.
And interesting to me, Unique didn't try and play for this dragon. I thought that they were in a pretty strong position. We already saw Gallup a level up against Sheena, so I'm a little bit surprised that they're playing hesitantly around that objective. But all in all, just trying to buy a bit of time, and Gallup now also getting this sneaky gank off it.
The bear in waiting, in hiding. Sheena is nearby. I think it's worth not starting the objective against these two. Ari Vi, excellent approach. Ability to both focus down one target, even from long range. It's Unique respecting, I think, the better positions, better points of G2 Hell's composition, as they've now started the Dragon's Islands has moved down, and Gallup is still in deep in this bot lane.
Yeah, it makes me my favorite philosophical quote, which is, if the bear is in the bot lane bush, does he get the gank? The answer to it so far was no, but we are going to see a fight around Dragon, and so far it does feel like Unique having a lot more pressure on this potential movement. They are able to force back G2, and G2 are waiting, they're biding their time, but I don't know if they have the potential. There goes Shah, getting a bit of damage down, and Gallup going to go pretty low, going to have to flash away. Cassidy going to step back forward into the team, but it's all Unique at the moment, picking up one kill, but can Keltis get the damage down? They've taken one, traded back. Gallup will take the dragon, but is the blood shed yet? Here we go, Gallup going to fall down, but they do manage to pick up Keltis in this. Does Shah have the damage? Kansky looking for Clumb Bleu, but it's not going to be secured just yet. Charm slightly wide, Dawning Shadows also wide. Kansky looking for the tongue lash, looking for the knockup. Gets Shah, doesn't get Clumb Bleu. Now polymorphed, is the damage there? Shah, can you do it? One more auto might finish it off. The charm slightly wide, and now Unique step forward, but it is a 1-for-1. Will it be a 1-for-2? Kansky trying to get the kill, will get one, leaps forward, looking for the second, but tongue lash does not land.
A lot of supportal combat there at the end, and in a way, Unique come out on top. It's more attrition. Keltis almost had a moment to play through that fight, but the Volibear strong enough at this stage to hold up, to take down G2 Hell's AD carry, and from there, not able to generate more off the fight. It's a slight gold advantage to Unique as they also pick up the objective.
Oh man, it was giving Soul's boss early levels. You don't have damage. They are doing a lot of damage. You got to play it perfect with the dodges. And
The action rolls,
enough.
man. Tight on the timing.
wasn't enough. But right now, I feel like it's very even between these two teams, right? Which I think is actually slightly better for Unique, as we are going to see them go on to these grubbies. If they can pick up 3 more, they will be able to get that tower back.
Yeah, that was kind of a retake of an objective, if you like, if we're going to go shooter FPS for a moment. You know, we've got to get back on site. We got to get back onto this dragon. And part of the approach of G2 Hell's top composition really helped them there. And I'm a little bit worried that might have been one of the strongest moments of that composition. And it went okay. It wasn't the biggest loss in the world, but still slightly negative as Caltis plows through plates. Just to make a bit of a point, this Aphelios hoovering up gold around the map. We should get another one as well. All 3.
And able to step out as well. And we talked about getting the Aphelios fed, getting them to items. That's one way to do it. Get them a lot of plates. As a solo kill was in the mid. I don't know if we have a replay for that.
I think that's the Viari approach we were talking about. Silence's flash gone. Life as well. That is Shah coming online. The Ari starting to curve up. It's a big import to G2 that they get their mid laner rolling. Because later on we highlighted the scaling. Nice dodge.
He's good on the Cassandra. Plays it a lot, definitely in these competitors. Able to make a bit of a play. We'll see if they can get a big impact over that Gnar later on. As a quick solo kill in that mid lane. Definitely what you want to see on the cards for G2 Hell if you're looking for their early success. But right now, Gallop still hovering around this bot side, and the Volibear does have the storm, so maybe he could turn off this tower.
Oh, G2 Hell, they're thinking about it. They're weighing up their options. Here comes Gallop.
Here he goes, running in at the speed of a horse. Going to be able to get a bit of damage onto Caltis. Not too much following, though, and G2 still remaining pretty safe.
If you really wanted to commit, could wrap back around again with the pushing minion wave with the cannon minion. Instead, going to opt to go and keep the tempo up, keep farming. I don't blame him too much with the grubs coming through. The Volibear has a little bit of downtime there. Got under the base before the dragon. It was Caltis.
Ooh, G2 don't have downtime though, gonna get knocked up by Kamsky, and now Caltis gonna have to run away. Wild Growth is utilized to keep them alive, but they're very low. And Hornberg, do they have the damage to kill off Colombo Blue? Not enough just yet, but Kamsky doesn't care about towers, just walks through and gets the auto. Now diving in for Caltis, will get that kill as well. And Kansky on the Kench, absolutely bossing it, but is now met by Shah and Sheena. Should be a kill back to G2, but I feel like the damage is already done in that bot lane.
Yeah, I'd have loved Gallop to come along for that play as well. I think Unique were in a great setup to play behind the enemy tower. G2 Hell sending down Shah will be enough to get a return. That's pretty good. It was the shutdown onto the Tom Kench as well. They're getting much stronger, picking up a lot of gold. Lizia with the all-out.
Ooh, going all out. Synapse going to flash away. I think should just about make it out. Lizia showing the prowess though, showing that they are definitely a contender in this top side. We'll see if you can kind of pick that up a bit more. As in the mid lane, Silence going to be taken down. Another kill given over to Caltis this time.
Yeah, the Aphelios coming online, not so much in items, but I think just in ability despite Caltis. Another fantastic rotation. Just sets up nicely. And yeah, Silence once again. We highlighted, you know, especially after last game, we've just had a pretty big away performance. The pressure of which, you know, putting G2 Hell on the clock. Once again, the third time they picked out this way. And made the enemy control mage weak. So a definite win as their RE moves to 5 KDA. And Caltis doing so much now.
And a big change of events around the second dragon. You know, not contested at all. This time, all in the hands of G2. Unique, not ready, not set up, not willing to play. Even though I will say Katsuki has picked up a lot of kills simple, but are you maybe a little bit worried that the Tam Kench is the one getting played?
In a way, wouldn't mind seeing the goal difference when the opportunity comes through for Holberg, which is going to come through with the 2 components up front. So it's pretty soon. I think fasting center at that stage is almost getting there. The support item also adds a lot of the Tom Kench's damage, so we might be seeing it a little bit one-sided there. adding that amplification to target and machine proc-like damage. It spikes pretty nastily. Without a melee support, though, we're probably not going to see it until an all-in, which with Aphelios still being not quite all set up. Interesting that Kaltis has gone for the Kraken Slayer, which is more all-in DPS, even if Static Shift has a higher win rate in solo queue and competitive, mostly for its wave management and pressure. That's the sort of damage we're looking for from this set.
A bit of a cooldown moment, it feels, right? We had a little bit of scrapping around the dragon, a couple of solo kills here and there.
Never mind.
Here we go. We're back on the fight. Here's the TP. Kansky looking to hunt down Kaltis, and Synapse are going to be joining that fray. Kaltis with a good flash. We're going to be matched by Kansky. There's the slow, there's the knockup from the wild growth, but it's not going to be enough. Nart slams against the wall, and that is a simple kill for Unique. So Unique targeting G2's bot lane. They see the threat, and they're trying to axe that one out.
Yeah, dropping their own wave and leaving top lane completely open. That will be Rift Herald started for G2 in the cross map. Clumbable, unfortunately, going a little bit far in trying to slow down Synapse on the base. And Unique will pick up a second one for their trouble. I think it's still worth getting this Rift Herald. I think G2 have got to try and play as fast as loose as possible now. Sure, the Aphelios is still scaling. Kaltis doing so much damage that Unique send 3 down there on an objective spawn to single them out. Not enough for now.
Snipe City is the name of the game. Holmberg able to pick that one up, and it feels like I said there was a bit of a cooldown. Apparently not for very long. Everything seemed to happen. Herald taken as
like
well.
They heard you, man.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, wait, you're bored? Let's go for it then."
The enemy AD carry stepped up to the wave. How dare they?
But G2 still very much in the game, right? It's 1.5k difference. However, we talked about it. They do need to get that ball rolling. Now, Shah has been able to make some plays onto Xylence, and I do wonder if they can start to leverage that into their own pressure on bot lane Temporal, because so far it does feel like neutrally, Unique have the power.
Yeah, I think I'm still on the Unique train for now. Just with the way the compositions are going. I think Ari also slower than in the previous season, you know. The last 2 seasons, she's been really big before Worlds and then falls off at the tournament. That's just because of the way you approach teams, the depth of prep you can do when there's potentially like 16 opponents in the next big round once you get into groups. It's a little bit further. With the Malignants coming through and that being her primary build now, it's more of that facilitator. It's more of the Everfrost style. We don't have that stun lockdown anymore, but we are amping through a fight on ult damage. We aren't going for a cheeky charm into Q into your dead. It's extra steps required. It is stronger when it does that, but there are less moments where you can just get away with absolute murder.
I like that, Everfrost with the extra steps.
It really is.
in a bush. As a bit of pressure is going to be applied on the top side from G2. How it looks like they are contemplating giving up this dragon, which, to be honest, given the power of Unique, does seem fair. As Synapse actually getting called out here, charmed and removed, and Shah are doing quite a lot of damage with Sheena in that top side.
Yeah, that's the approach as well. I like Sheena going for the Black Cleaver first. It is the highest damage. It doesn't have the flashiness or that little clutch healing of the Sunder, but it is adding more. And with these two together, the approach, the ability to lock out the target as soon as you're on their screen, really powerful. Starting to overcome, I think, my allegations of not enough damage. I should highlight like the Everfrost. That's the Ari on its own. In small units like this, it thrives.
Maybe we need the book. Maybe that's what we need. But right now, Gallup trying to make a play in this mid. Colombo Blue taking a lot of damage, I think, from Xylence there. A little bit from Holmberg. Having to use that wild growth already, so putting G2 in a little bit of a tough spot if they were to try and play for this dragon. I think they've already predetermined that they're not that interested in it, and they're more interested in this mid tier 1, which they have summoned Herald for, but now it's a little bit too close. The danger for Unique is there, and they pick up their first kill. Shara's gone down, and they're looking for more. Lysia the first to roam in, but it's still a 5 versus 4 as Synapse is here, and Unique do take control of that mid.
They read that the tier 1 tower was G2 Hell's prize, walked back from the objective, but not into the waiting arms of Sheena. Unique kick off Shah, able to get this objective. Their mid tier 1 looks to still be the victim of Kaltis. She stayed on the objective. She will push forwards for that. It looks like in trade, G2 Hell will open up the map as Unique go to 2 dragons. Oh, not quite. They're not
don't
able
have
to get the
time.
wave in. Oh, no.
They do not have time, and Gallop going to be able to take the dragon. No mid wave is going to be lost. Maybe a couple of autos onto the top tier 2, but it's not going to be anything that they are too concerned about. Unique very happy with that play and are just keeping that scaling game going. However, still very close in the gold charts, only about 1k separating these two teams. Temporal.
Gold, it's pretty even. I think we've ragged on enough that, you know, if it's Aphelios' gold, that's pretty strong. If it's Quay or Senna's gold, it's also going to be what actually brings the game to a close and allows people to carry. I'm a little bit worried that Konsuke's Tahm Kench might be getting out of range after another item. 8,000 gold for this Tahm Kench. An absolute shift of a performance. And not to be underestimated once it starts stacking up real tank items. I'm looking at the... wow, I've actually forgotten the name of the Warden item.
Oh,
Knight's Vow. Knight's Vow is the name. Promise I didn't Google that. I did remember eventually. I haven't played much support this season. And if I have, it's been Senna.
it's a broken role for everyone that's disputing that.
It really is. Like, it's so easy. Support is so easy, man. Aphromoo said it once. We've all said it again. A little bit of an approach from Sheena.
That's an old quote. I respect that.
That's my era.
League never
what I
changes.
enjoy.
You know,
It
support
never-
always broken.
It's true.
Forever good, but right now G2 gonna go for a pressure play. They're gonna be able to get that mid tier 1, but for what cost? Lesia gonna get rooted up and now knocked into the air, trying to get out, going all out, but can they turn this? Actually, they've got a bit of damage and it's gonna be blown about, but do they have the target selection? They cannot get the kill, and G2 gonna have to walk away, losing one of their members, and maybe more of Synapse was able to get a little bit closer. Shark also holding their own against the Gallop, should be able to just get out, but now their mid 1 is in trouble. Gallop still with the Stormbringer, going to force them away, and the tower is returned.
A little bit of a weakness of the composition of G2 Hell exposed there. Approaching Senna with point quick CC is hard.
Well done. Stormbringer going to be utilized. However, not going to be able to take another life, but they will be able to claim another tower temple. That's 2 for the price of 1, and now an extra Lulu thrown in on top.
It is so hard for G2 Hell to play this front to back. Kaltis falls on the extended play. Shah, the only one left under this tower.
And going to be able to keep this tower alive, just because Unique do not have the wave. They don't want to keep overstaying, but they have really ballooned up their lead now, 3k ahead of a play that looked so positive for G2.
Yeah, it was so tight for so long on the gold, and we thought Unique had the more map presence. It has translated into more objectives. And now the snowball starting rolling, the scaling picks coming through. They have more of them, and arguably the Hui, the biggest scaler on the map in this lineup. I think the Vi Ahri approach was getting there, to the point where it's like, yeah, this is looking pretty strong. The Senna ability to go into the Shroud, take Hui into the Shroud with her, is enough at this stage to dissuade a long-range Vi ultimate, to stop the confidence of Shah from just blasting forwards, opening up a team fight, and allowing Kaltis a messy lineup to play through. It's not translating right now. It's not happening. I think it's going to be difficult. All flash is still available for G2 Hell. They can go for these deep plays if they want to.
They can, but it's
It's
risky. You know, it's
tough.
risky. We've seen how players can get turned around by Unique, right? We saw it around that mid play. Now they're starting to ping this Baron Temporal. Unique might be trying to close the door on this game.
It's time to start accelerating, I think. You don't have to worry too much more. Nearly 3 items for Islands now. And nearly 3 for Holmberg in the bottom lane as well. And at that stage, these carries are well and truly online.
Next dragon spawning up in 56 seconds as well, and G2 are starting to set up that bot side of the map. They're getting a little bit of vision down, but we've seen
I wonder, are Sheena
go
and Shah
these
going to
plays.
read Xylence coming for this? Spot him on the wave. Should try and kill the Hui straight on sight.
They're not going to go for it though. They're not going to send it. I feel like they see the pings. They're looking for this play in mid. They're looking for the bigger fish, but the catfish is quite a tough one to lure in and to hook. It isn't going to be so. They're going to go back towards their original plan of setting up that dragon, but with no kills, Temporal. I'm a bit worried about them taking any fight.
5v5 approach is really hard. I wonder, Synapse's teleport not available right here, so Lysia does have the ability to move. It's forcing him to keep the push on, otherwise she will have the ability to roam, either on feet with teleport back or teleporting down to the dragon. Letting Unique go to 3 would be a real risk, but they have so much vision on this top half. In fact, they're just going to start the objective straight away and invite a little bit of suboptimal map movement. G2 Hell now have a difficult decision as they approach the objective.
Yeah, and they know what's happening. They want to go for this play. They are going to start to make it happen. Wave with the TP is going to be joining. There's a little bit away from this fight, and Gallup going to go in, but has to jump straight back out. Stormbringer does give them that flexibility. And Unique do lose pressure on the Baron, and G2 can just push out this wave. They can start to cause pressure through the mid lane. They don't even need to contest this Nash, but they need to be wary of the potential collapse, because here come Unique Temporal. They are making their way up the lane. They're slowly starting to move closer.
It's so stressful.
Columbia Blue, you need to run. You need to get out of there, Lulu. She's playing the game, so with the heal, does she have the movement speed to flash away? She's managed to escape. And G2, I don't know how they did it, but no one died.
Everyone stared at everyone, and no one budges an inch. Maybe Columbia just moves their little finger just a little bit to the side. Not shaking under the pressure. Nobody falls. Sheena engages.
Talking about pressure though, here we go straight on to the Tam Kench. They take them down. Now Sheena taking a lot of damage in rebuttal as Lysia in the mixer. Absolutely swarmed by Unique team members. But again, standing strong, not going to fall. And now G2 finally in a man advantage.
Unique have lost their bot lane half tank. But at the same time, G2 lost 3 health bars there. 3 members sitting low. Oh no, Silence!
Silence walking too far up and gets caught out. The polymorph is so long and they cannot get away. Synapse also taken down. Is this G2's moment for Baron?
That trap, the patience there, not respected. Unique walk in and are eviscerated in front of the purple worm. A little too greedy, a little too soon. Their vision that they had played around only minutes before, absent, missing, discarded, and expired in front of this Baron. They'll get 3 dragons, but G2 Hell will take them back.
So G2 needs to speed this up. Here comes Gallup. They're trying to run across the map. They will not get there in time though. Baron taken. G2 secured the purple buff. But what can they do with it? Gold has evened up. Will they be able to extend their lead? Gallup chasing down Sheena, I believe, will catch out their prey. Shard trying to buy a bit more time with the charm, but Sheena just going to have to lead them on a little detour around the rift.
It's a bit of a shame. Sheena here will, oh gosh, I say will eventually fall, but take their time. I don't mind that for Unique. I think delaying 5 assembled people under the Baron buff is its own little prize. It alleviates a little bit of that pressure, but Silence in mid lane is already being aggressed upon as the Baron wave walks towards this tier 2.
Counters looking to open up the mid tier 2. They want a bit of revenge on those towers as Synapse needs to be a little cautious. You know, you don't want to be getting caught out as that Baron is
everything you
G2.
take from your own jungle there is not Aphelios's jungle. That's all right. That's okay.
I like it. I like that the presence in mind. It's just like, if we don't take it, then the Aphelios will get it, and that is the big fear for Unique.
It's a fear. It's a fear. These are going all out.
Talking about fear though, Silence might need to be a bit scared here. Shark almost getting into range, but it's not going to be so. And Lysia will, however, get some time on this tower. They should be able to get a decent bit of damage, but Silence now starting to move over as the cover. And Unique, it almost feels like they're getting a little bit antsy because they're only staying as 5 tempo.
Yeah, I think the scars, the burns from that Baron face check, burning brightly, and Silence maybe realizing he needs some health bars in front of him if he's ever going to walk up like that again. Just taking it step by step. Gallup, yeah, once again pushed out of his own jungle. I think Unique are weathering the storm. Not a lot is happening right now. Just vision being exchanged around this dragon setup with 3 minutes to go. It is just for a pick. It is just for the vanity play in front of it. This is not the final round of vision before this objective.
Yeah. It's also kind of getting that semblance for me of G2 could really break this game open with 1 or 2 picks, right? We saw how much changed with just one play working out for them. For G2 to then kind of do similar around this bot side. It seems fitting due to what worked, but I don't know if it's going to be the long-term proactive play for them. However, they are going to step forward. They will be able to get the tier 2 here, Temporal, and they do give a little bit of gold into their back pockets.
Yeah, every little bit matters now. Caltus on the Phoenix has hit 3 items. We're at that stage where the damage only gets bigger, heavier, and is already a massive burden on Sensor through as well. From Columbable will just be that bit extra. We're approaching 1v5 territory. This is Aphelos' comfort zone. I think the front line is enough at this stage. Sterax through Fashina will be tanky enough with the second health bar and the GA coming through as well to be that interference, be that front line that sets up for the Aphelios' late game hyper carry setup.
The Dragon, the big objectives involved. It feels like that's where they have to fight. They have to show the new and improved G2 hell in this game, in this moment, because this Dragon will be Soul Point. It is going to be Ocean Soul, which is just monstrous for the likes of Tamkench and Volibear.
Adds so much, and we've spoken about the front to back, we've spoken about the team fight. Healing health bars is not Ophelia shredding them, and I think paying the 800 healing tax it's not where your money wants to go. We've spoken about it, you know, everyone wants to funnel a bit of gold into their pocket. And paying taxes is not in your pocket. Yeah,
bring back Zanzara's Skarn attacks, you know?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The greedy ADCs that they used to speak about. Is it going to be the same for G2?
You don't want to pay? You don't win the game?
He really was the bailiff of the Rift, though.
It
Don't want to
was.
pay, we'll take you away. That was actually the slogan of the Skarner. So, yeah, mate. Yeah, pretty. Someone needs to bring that back. New Skarner.
Silence is in so much trouble right now.
Silence is, but it's actually managing to survive a little bit longer than maybe they should. Gallop also taking quite a bit of damage, and that's not what you want before this Dragon. Now here comes G2 starting to swarm around, but do they have the damage? Snyax trying to delay the inevitable as Caltus gets in the fight, but gets caught out by the damage and shut down. Silence does what he has to, but Elysia is trying to clutch out, trying to pick up a win here, and G2, they're a little bit spread, they're a little bit scattered, and they cannot focus on the targets. They're not going to be able to win this fight, and Unique managed to survive. They managed to turn it back around, and they will manage to get Dragon Soul.
Secured now with 4 people after G2 Hell. It looked like a great setup. They'd found Silence, but not able to capitalize through the Zhonya's Hourglass that Unique's AD carry had picked up. Not able to survive throughout. I think the teleport from Elysia looked so good. The setup was in, but by the time she'd arrived, the Ahri, the Vi had already split to other targets with the Tamkench as well. It's becoming too much to isolate a member of Unique when they are stacked together.
Yeah, I think the pick onto Silence would have been such a game changer. You know, had they just immediately bursted out that way, it maybe changed everything, because Caltus was the one that died down to that ultimate way. You know, if Wei dies immediately, no sparring to spare, maybe it's G2's fight.
It was almost the way. I didn't catch Caltus's guns, but not able to burn through the entire front line. And I think Kansuke had a really good setup and ended up with as much HP as they'd started. It's a little much to overcome at this stage. The Bloodthirster on its way. So Caltus will be able to heal through as soon as they're engaged in combat. It's these little extra bits up against the Ocean Soul that really can make the difference. You just need a little bit more time where you can hit them and they can't hit you.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought when you said Kansuke and then you said Bloodthirster, I thought you meant the Kench had just bought that, and I was like, hey, yo, that is the most Chad support Kench build ever. Like that would be real.
Huge shout out if you're in the rest of the NLC, except for the UK. It's late for us over here. We're cresting 10 p.m. You guys are coming on for 11. Thank you for.
And also, we want to see the Bloodthirster Kench. So someone.
I want to see Bloodthirster Kench.
Yeah,
Kansuke, you have a mandate. You have a mission, you know what you got to do. And so did G2's mid-jungle. They thought about engaging on Gallop there. Getting the Volibear down in front of the objective would be big, but they're not quite feeling it on the minion wave. Might catch him here, though.
This might be it. They're looking for it, but didn't manage to get Gallop. Now the pressure is pulled towards the mid lane. They're Unique, trying to just send themselves forward, but Caltus with a really good flash. They gets away from Synapse and now follows up with a bit of damage. Kansuke, really nice consume there, will just hold out, not going to allow Silence to go down the Devour. Just a little bit too much to take away the G2 power. G2 once again setting up for this Baron, however, not the same stakes as before. They have to get a couple picks before this can be easily taken.
Right now, this sucks for Unique, that they've invested a flash from their top laner. They got Kaltus' flash, absolutely pivotal, and Shah's TP. The Baron actually melting so fast. Unique caught asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, and they do not get there in time. Gallop charging in, but to absolutely no avail. And a really nice sneak from G2 Hell. They just take it completely under the nose of Unique, although some of these bases might be a little bit questionable. Blue, you can't recall there. And going to be chased down. We've seen this story before. G2 get Baron, and one member is on the run.
Going to buy a lot of time once again. Whether the rest of G2 can make the most of this as they barrel up mid lane, it's hard to see. It will be a long time again before they're able to come together. That's what the Lulu's doing. She's on the way.
There isn't anymore. But part of me was like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Gonna keep the heal for the next fight as well. We'll be back up for Elder, which the Baron will fade just before. So optimal wave state. And G2 Hell just in front of that. But this is going to be like, I think, a minute 30 of this. The first half of this Baron buff. They can't come together as 5. They don't have their Lulu. It's going to be vision setup and a bit of pushing waves. They can't aggress into Unique under their own towers.
And no easy towers either, right? Only one tier 2. It's all the way in the top side, which would then give over vision pressure. Trying to say
yeah, it's getting on. Bear with us, audience. I am tying my tongue.
Yeah, they wouldn't get pressure on that kind of bot side, which would mean that there is then a higher risk for that Elder Dragon setup. So I feel like G2 playing around that bot side makes a lot of sense, kind of getting yourself in a stronghold over Unique, really important, because to be honest, if they were going to get back into this game, Elder is the way to do it, as Gallop trying to just charge down Lesia. It's a bit of a long run, and as we said, you're not as fast as Hecarim.
You're just testing for information there. If the if the Cassante turns into you, then you know exactly who's behind them. There'll be Kaltus right there. So we catch up just a little bit to live. A mass recall come in, as you're right, the easy tower falls. And without Unique there, it would have been easier prize for G2 Hell. Worth noticing, Gallop is on the deep flank here.
Deep flank as well,
on
right
vision
around
now.
the Baron pit. And Kaltus needs to start moving away. The team are collapsing, and G2 are a little bit split here. Gallop's very far back. Here's the bear. He's come out of the woods, but he's going to go down immediately. And G2 just keep themselves alive. Now 4 versus 5 with a little bit of Baron as well. Can they open up the base temporal or just set up for this dragon?
Incredible amount of damage. Kaltus snaps Synapse back to reality, burns through Tom Kenchel, and that leaves Gallop on their own, exposed out on the map. This has to be their way through the inhibitor. 30 seconds on the Elder Dragon spawn, not enough time for an extended play. G2 have to make this count and transfer over to the all-powerful dragon.
They've taken mid-inhib, 25 seconds on Gallop, which is the same time as Elder Dragon. Is there a world where they burn it straight away? Maybe, but they're looking to put the pressure on still. They're looking to push these waves in to force Unique to stay in base.
They're going to try and get their on spawn. They're going to try and make Unique blunder as they run forwards. Ari and Vi here, finding either Holberg or Xylence, the center, all the way in this jungle would be brutal. There is not a lot of vision behind G2 Hell, so they start the objective.
Dragon
Take the risk now.
Started. Shaw trying to buy a bit of time. They just need to not let them get in. Half health on the
Dragon
already. They're looking to finish this one off. It should be going down shortly. The Volibear's not there either. 3,000. You need to keep hitting it, G2. You can't stop here. 2,000. Here's Volley. He's looking for the steal, but he doesn't get it. G2 keep the dragon. Can they use the buff? Can they win the fight? They're tagging into Lesia. She's still alive though, and G2 start the power forward. Can they find the kills? They're not going to be able to get it to range just yet. They're going to have to walk back and reset, but they got the buff temporal.
Oh, they're going to give it another go. The tension in the power play. Sheena fishing here. The Guardian Angel is up and available.
Ooh, resurrection coming through. GA is procced, but not enough for G2.
Okay,
Gonna have to reset.
73 health there. Gallop was early, or there was a
no.
regeneration. Caltis.
Oh no, Caltis may be caught out here, but maybe this is the opening that G2 needed. Kanski gonna have to use Devour to save Holmberg, but has that caught out G2. Synapse in the back of this fight, trying to make an absolute mess, but might be getting caught themselves. All out taken, and goodbye to the Narf.
I feel like Unique are getting a little lost in the source. They see Caltis not basing, but the rest of G2 still strong behind her, waiting and ready. As they set the bait, they've sprung. They might struggle. They have to push forwards with this Elder buff now. If it falls away, there is a long lull state for Unique to try at this Baron again. They're going to run straight up onto this bottom tower. The wave is very far away. This is going to be really extended. Unique should survive. It's going to be real close.
There is also the pivot for the potential Baron play for G2. They still have the Elder for another minute, which would give time for the Baron to spawn and them to be on it, but they're going to go for the inhib. They've taken down another. That's 2 open, and Baron surely has to be in their mind.
Has to be the play. A recall here takes a long time. It will be arriving as that Baron spawns, maybe a little bit later now. That will give Unique a chance to run out. No one quite full build bar Homburg. Fasting Center just a cruise gold, and her build is so cheap. But right now, both these teams running across the map. We're at the stage where items starting to matter a little less. Caltis is in hyper carry mode. Homburg also will shred a front line.
Full build.
Oh, has gone back. Yes, Mercurial Scimitar. So we'll get away from Konske or Homburg's first attempt at long range CC.
And now, the waiting game. It's on the Baron. I feel like it's all here. No Elder buff anymore. It's just dissipated. So that will give Unique a little bit of that extra confidence that they maybe need. But
They will indeed not get completely one-shot.
Yeah, now they don't just burn immediately, but they still need to make a big fight, and they still have to be careful of their base being destroyed. G2 can play the slow game, Temple.
Let's see. Unique walk off the wave as it falls. Sheena starting up here.
Sheena going aggressive, but not followed by the team just yet.
Caltis
Fortunately,
is on
though, Unique
Ghost.
not going to send it either. Shana getting into position. Sheena still a little bit forwards as the burn coming through, and Caltis with the damage. Multiple members half HP, and now they turn straight to the Baron. Gallop, however, not one of the ones that was affected. Still looming. Silence also in quick pursuit, and Silence very close to going Mega Gnar. They could just wait this ultimate out.
It's blind.
Wait out the play, but they're going to keep going. Here goes the bear, but they're going to be burst. That's going to be a Baron for G2, and can they turn? They're full HP. Their sights are set on the fight. They're going to go in, but can they make it happen? Synapse buying time, Dawning Shadows to give a little bit more health, but they fall, and in they go. Leezier on the back line, looking for Silence and Holmberg, holding them back as Caltis moves forward in the fight. Do they have the damage? G2 snap, Charm lands another kill, and Holmberg, the last alive, but doing it for themselves. They step forward, but do they have enough? They come back, and G2 hell, send them down!
In the clutch moment, Synapse is not a little bit exposed, not enough to mitigate the front line, not enough to secure any vision, not enough to get Gallop through. And it all started off. The Infernum, the big setup, G2 Hell have bided their time, and they have struck in the late game. A 43-minute banger with their second win of the season.
It was a slow game, but it was one that burned bright for G2 Hell. Comfort was queen in this matchup, and the girls come and did it. They've now set the bar a little bit shaky for Unique, who tried to secure their playoff spot, but now Temporal have a lot of thinking to do in that drawing room.
Yeah, it's become a lot tougher for Unique all of a sudden. And I think G2 Hell earned it. I don't think it was a throwaway game.
sure.
I don't think it was a lack of prep. I think Unique pulled out all the stops here, and it just was not enough.
And maybe it's a good sign of things to come. Who knows? Maybe we're going to see them back next season in the Div 2. Obviously, they got to do, I think, the whole relegation tournament, but we'll tell you more about that a little bit later. Right now, we're going to go to a quick break, then we'll come back with an interview from G2 Hell. And welcome back. It's been a day of games. We had our final one played, and G2 Hell have thrown a spanner in the works for Unique. We love to see it. Also, we talked about that was such a powerful pick, but it all got dismantled by G2 Hell. So let's bring in Colombe Bleu Bleu for the interview today from G2 Hell. Welcome in. And look, I got to say, it's been a tough season, but you guys are starting to show some resemblance of like really being the team that I've known you as. I've seen you a lot in Pathfinders, right? You're 3 times winners. And I feel like this is the G2 Hell I expect to see today right here. Do you feel like you guys are just scaling? You're kind of getting better each single game? Because obviously now you're picking up more wins.
Yeah, we are working really, really hard. I know that even if we are losing a lot, and that maybe it doesn't show with the score, we are really working a lot. And I know that this past few weeks we worked a lot on the communication. And even though we were really nervous this game, I still think that what we improved together and with our coaching staff, it shows today. So yeah.
Yeah, well done. The work does pay off.
Mhm.
You know, it's such an important skill, communication. We're going to sort of highlight on it when the game goes to like 44 minutes as that one closed out, and it's really difficult, and sort of every move matters. Was the team coming together? Like, did the communication really help there, or were there extra steps?
I know that, for example, the game that we lost on Friday against Rich Kongstad, we were kind of surprised that we kind of bumped into them like this because we really worked on the communication. And thanks to that communication, we did a lot of good plays. Like we are first, we play with numbers more because we are less nervous. And now as well, because we have better communication, we are also less nervous by pulling the trigger when we can. And even if sometimes we throw, I mean, we are at least in stream seeing good improvement. So
Nice, excellent. Last game, I believe, is up against Carolina, K5. We've not seen a lot of them this split. When you play against sort of a more mysterious opponent, are we going to see sort of a similar profile of G2 Hell where we're like late game swing from bot lane and like early game swing from mid jungle, or Scrim's been going well on a variety of champions? Don't have to give me all the sauce though.
I know that in the beginning of the split, we were playing a lot of our skirmishes on bot lane with 3 versus 3. And now, as you can see easily with the drive today, we are playing more mid into bot, for example. So we try to learn a lot of game styles, different game style, because we kind of have to, with the newbie laner, kind of find our way to play as well as a team. And for that, we have to learn early game, mid games, communication, but as well how to play the game in general with different drafts, like playing from mid, bot, or bot from mid. And we can try those 2 different game styles. So, yeah.
Yeah, well done, Colombo. A hard-fought victory.
Yeah,
Thank
indeed. And
you.
obviously, like we've seen you guys from a little bit ago. Obviously, a different team. You guys had a different mid laner before kind of this year. Obviously, you're saying you've now adapted. Do you feel confident kind of going into the next stage, obviously fighting for relegations to try and come back into Div 2? Because as you said, you are kind of improving a lot. We can see it in the gameplay as well. Are you feeling that new level of confidence kind of wash over your team?
Yes, and we are really happy even though we lose a lot in the team, because even though sometimes it can be hard to keep the good mental, we have a coach that is really, really positive and that helps us a lot to be to keep going. And also, I really want to say thank you to the fan, because we had a lot of support from them. So thank you.
Indeed. And with that, I was about to say, is there anyone you want to shout out? Obviously, shout out the fans. Anyone else you want to give a quick shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, the fans especially, and also the coach and the manager, Noki and MTest, that are also doing a really great job.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Colombe Blue, for the interview. Congratulations on the win. And hopefully we'll see more G2 Hell in Div 2. But Temporal, that is our day done. We've seen games. We've seen how the leaderboard has changed. And we got to say, it is starting to heat up for 6th place because no one is guaranteed.
It got a lot spicier than I think both of us expected at the start of the day. G2 Hell playing spoiler, I think for Unique, threw a really big spanner in the work. in the works, and now all to play for. And most of it, I've got to say, is in K5's hands. I think Carolina coming through with so many games late on could come up and, you know, try and attack Unique's position, try and get determine rather and get, you know, I don't think they're getting sick themselves, but they can play decider, they can play matchmaker with those safe spots that don't go forwards and the bottom of playoffs itself, which is going to be real tight and real there's a word for this, and it's really late at night. They're going to play matchmaker. I think it's going to be the style they play their games, a bit of exhaustion as well when you are playing. I think it's 6 in 2 days. We're on for like EME Masters level schedule. It's going to be a lot. Who meets them first and maybe fresh-faced, or who maybe meets them as they develop their style is going to be the question.
Well, either way, that is going to be decided in the week. A few more game days left, a few more spots to be solidified. However, we will have to see who is going to take number 6 spot. But as always, shout out to our producer. Shout out to Zoe Casual Cutie. Shout out to Tiv as well for organising this all. And then shout out to you, Temporal, for being my co-caster. But with that being said, that is all from us.
Buddy,
make sure you tune in to the rest of the week for NLC Div 2.
Don't miss it.